Hello and welcome back to another Slay the Spire stream. I'm your host, Vegetablebread. And today we're going to be continuing our Watcher win streak project, where we're trying to get 3 Watcher wins in a row. We got one on Friday, and now it is Monday. So we are 1 out of 3. At this rate, we'll be done on Tuesday. Of course, this rate is 100% win rate, which seems difficult for me to sustain. Not impossible. Watcher is the character I struggle the most with. It's an interesting perspective, derpy, derp. Oh my god. Derpy, derp, It's an interesting perspective. Most people consider Watcher to be the easiest character, but if we, it's definitely not a universally shared perspective, right? Like, it's easy to see how different people would have problems with different characters, as is certainly the case. Okay, let's do boss relic swap, because that's what we do on Watcher. Uh-oh, ectoplasm. Alright, we're only going to have 99 gold ever, so maybe we go to this shop. That way we can guaranteed spend it before we get robbed. That's also on a quad elite path. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 extra fires. Seems sort of delicious. Any other paths? Yeah, anything that starts with either of these 2 elites can get 4 elites. And that's literally every single path, because you're forced into one of these 2, so any starting path is fine, basically. This way gets an extra fire, so we probably want to do... Actually, that's not true, because this way also gets an extra fire. Lots of quad elite paths here. If we go this way, we can get this question mark instead of being forced into a hallway fight. That is a small difference. This way also has a shop. It's a little bit later. And we only get a 2-fight path. The 3-fight path has no shop, whereas this has a 3-fight path and a shop. 1 question mark. So I think we're going to do the right path. That late question mark is nice too. And we have to leave from the screen, because that's not automatic. Okay. First fight's Jawworm. The dastardly Jawworm strikes again. Gets 7 of our precious, precious health. Drat. What a jerk. What fools these Jawworms be. Hopefully setting up for lethal next turn. I guess there's no hope, because we know exactly what we're drawing, but it isn't lethal. Can we Eruption, Strike, Vigilance, Defend? Is that right? Eruption costs nothing. Yeah. That's Watcher for you. Play every attack in hand and still block out. Alright. Wheel Kick is an excellent card. Happy to take that on floor 1. We're a 4 energy deck. Might end up as a 6 energy deck if we take energy relics at both of our boss relics, which is a little bit absurd. So we could, like, Wheel Kick, play Deva Form, and still block on a turn in the far, far future. And then we'd have unlimited energy. It's also an attack, which we need for fighting early elites. It's particularly good against sentries, because it helps you draw through those dazes. Also really good against Gremlin Knob, because you can draw all of your attacks and use all your energy attacking, which is what you want to do. Also just does lots of damage. Going into Wrath mode and wheel kicking people, that's 30 damage. That's a good slime boss split. There's no way we're picking either of these. It's why wheel kick by a mile. Okay, there's a Talk to the Hand. Seems like an easy way to spend 80% of our gold for the run. If we weren't going to do Talk to the Hand, we would do a card remove, or like water, Empty Fist Halt, Crescendo Halt. Yeah, I think it's pretty clearly Talk to the Hand. Talk to the Hand's a pretty busted card. Maybe I shouldn't have gone for such an early shop. I like the idea of going to a shop in Act 1, because that way you're less likely to get looted. But, like, we might be forced into a shop later on. Yeah, I think the looter interaction, because you can get a looter late in Act 1, too. And this was our only convenient shop if we wanted to do quad elites, so I stand by the decision, but it'd be nice if we could have been forced into a shop later in the act or something. Okay. Golden Idol's useless because we can't get gold. We could still trade Golden Idol just for the upside of making the Act 2 Forbidden Shrine event better. Or Forbidden Altar. I'm gonna look that up really quick and see exactly what the... Wow, I have like a million Chrome windows open from playing D&D. See exactly what the difference would be there. Step 2, the Forgotten Altar. So if we have it, then we just get to trade it for a Bloody Idol. And if we don't have it, we get a Decay, basically. Theoretically, we could gain max HP. But it's so expensive in terms of current HP. I guess the Maui head is also a thing. Oh wait, no, that gets you gold. That's useless. Yeah, it seems like we're mostly trading health for nothing here. Getting either of those events isn't particularly likely. Here, let me... We moved our couch a little bit, and now Coconut is complaining she can't jump from the standing desk to the couch. There you go, I moved it for you. Should be able to jump now. Or you can just keep yelling, that's fine too. Alright, so I think we're just going to leave here. And we want the fights. Wheel kick's a nice way to start and finish that little spike slime. I could see an argument for Eruption. We're pretty much guaranteed to draw Vigilance next turn. Eruption does more damage than anything else. Leaves Talk to the Hand in the draw pile. The argument for Talk to the Hand is this does 11 damage versus 9. But we're getting weakened, so I don't think we ever have lethal next turn. I guess the most conservative approach is actually Talk to the Hand Strike, right? Because there's a 1 in 6 chance we don't draw Vigilance. Yeah, I don't want that to happen. I want to take 0 damage in this fight, that's the goal. Vigilance Double Strike blocks out. I'll do it again. Oh, he's dead. Okay. Foresight's pretty good. Helps against sentries quite a bit. Helps against Gremlin Knob. Not very helpful against Lagavulin. Consecrate, also here. Consecrate is a superstar against sentries. You generally want to take attacks early on, so you can attack your enemies. A little bit scary to take a 0-cost card in a 4-energy deck, because we will want to be able to draw enough cards worth of cost that we can use our hand efficiently. We do have a Wheel Kick, and we anticipate getting quite a bit more draw, so picking a Consecrate makes some sense. Also worth noting, this is the 3rd halt we've been offered this run. Thank you. But we're not picking that. Yeah, I think Consecrate gets the nod over Foresight here. We also have a Talk to the Hand, so it's important we get lots of little attacks. AoE is really important for late Act 1 and Act 2. I think we can actually just play everything. Vigilance, Eruption, Strike, Consecrate, because he'll be hitting for 12, but we'll block for more than that. We can only do that if we get lethal next turn, but we definitely do with the wheel kicks. That's fine. Alright, there's a Cut Through Fate. It goes with the theme, draws some cards. We're a high energy deck. I'm going to play Talk to the Hand. It'll be our 4th attack, but Talk to the Hand kind of doesn't count because it goes away after the first shuffle. So it doesn't give us any extra damage for example, the second half of the slime boss fight. Okay. Feel pretty ready for the sentries. We're not going to land Talk of the Hand, though. How likely are we to miss Vigilance next turn? Not super likely. If we miss, the chance of missing 3 cards is fairly low. Let's do the hypergeometric for that. So the chance of missing 3 cards is, let's see, there's 7 misses. So numerator is going to be 7 factorial over 2 factorial, and the denominator is going to be 10 factorial over 5 factorial. And what does that add up to? Google. 0.8% chance. Or I guess an 8% chance. Sorry, not 0.8%. It's just 8%. 0.08 is the answer. So that's an 8% chance. There's also a chance that we draw Cut Through or Wheel Kick and don't draw Vigilance out of it. If we do Wheel Kick and Vigilance isn't in the top 7. Let's see. If we actually Cut Through Fate draws 3 cards for 1, so it's more efficient than Vigilance. So both of those have their own conditional probabilities, and it's starting to get very complicated to figure this out. How likely is Cut Through Fate to be a hit? Well, assuming we didn't draw Vigilance, it'd be looking for 3 cards out of 5. So it's like a Cut Through Fate would be like a 60% hit. Wheel Kick would be a 40% hit. But Wheel Kick also just like kills a sentry, right? Like, we shouldn't ignore the damage aspect of this either. I think I am going to do it. Eruption Consecrates just so much damage to all of them. I would love to get the fight started with a bang here. I don't want a long drawn-out sentry fight. I'm gonna go ahead and strike this front one. It's a little bit of wasted damage if we end up wheel kicking him. But I want to have lethal even if we don't draw wheel kick. Alright, I will wheel kick him. Hope to draw Vigilance. Miss. If we do 24 damage, he goes to 9, and then we can just Cut Through Fate him next turn. But we take 20, go to 17. Or we can double block. but that only gains us 10 health versus doing 24 damage. Alright, I'll take the 24 damage. Looks like we got lethal. A sentry fight where you never block. That's a weird one. Ornamental Fan is super good with the deck we're building. Consecrate, Cut Through Fate. We just want like a bunch of Just Luckies now. Maybe some stats. Extra Cut Through Fate or Deus Ex Machina. Sands of Time's here too. Sands of Time theoretically is pretty good. Cost 0. We've got a lot of card draw, so once we get that decosted, we can turbo through it and do Ornamental Fan stuff. I think in practical terms, though, it's hard to make a fight last that long. It's good against, like, Slime Boss. Is the thing that's in our way lack of card draw or lack of energy? Right, that's the question that Cut Through Fate versus Deus Ex Machina is asking. And I think currently we want as much energy as we can get. Because we've got Cut Through Fate and Wheel Kick, and we'll probably get another Cut Through Fate. That one's a common, right? And this one's a rare. So if we want more energy, we have to pick it now. Yes, Coconut, hi. Deus Ex is not great against Gremlin Knob. I'm gonna pick it anyway. That's what the deck wants to do. I think we need to heal here. 17 health, not quite enough to fight 2 elites. We could Cut Through Fate here, but I think we want to establish, like, Talk to the Hand and ideally Vigilance before we have a big Eruption wake-up turn. Unfortunately, we've drawn all our card draw on turn 1, so we either go now or we don't. But if we Cut Through Fate and we see Talk to the Hand, we're going to want to wait on it. I guess there's a 1 in 11 chance that it's the literal top card. And if it is the top card, we just wake up now. We like Cut Through Fate, Wheel Kick. Okay. Alright, it's not. So I'll take one of these strikes to avoid drawing the Talk to the Hand. Ah, it was the next card. We've guaranteed Vigilance next turn, so we can enter Eruption now with no consequences. Sorry about that. That was me. Let me mute that real quick. You did not get a bloop, unless you also got a bloop. But that bloop was from me. Okay, this looks like a triple strike Miracle Vigilance to me. Crazy amounts of block. Talk to the Hand and Ornamental Fan going off on floor 8 here. Wheel Kick is extremely likely to draw Eruption. Cut Through Fate actually guarantees it. If we get Eruption, do we win? Most likely outcome is that after Eruption we can get Consecrate. I guess that's a 50-50, huh? I thought this was an attack too. I was going to say after Eruption we can get an attack, but it's not true. So if we Cut Through Fate, draw Eruption, play Eruption and Wheel Kick and strike, maybe Consecrate and another attack, it is possible. If we see Defend Eruption with the Cut Through Fate. And top deck and attack. It seems like a lot of damage. 7 plus 9 is 16, plus 30 is 46 plus 12 is actually already lethal, so this is guaranteed. It is. Great. Take that, Lagavulin. 2 damage Lagavulin fight gives us a Molten Egg. There's that Just Lucky I was just talking about. Seems like we're going off here. We could go for a Sash Whip. It seems like we probably want a Weave. We're not guaranteed to get one, but this Just Lucky will help us draw around bad stuff, draw the good stuff. Helps us proc our Ornamental Fan. Helps us with a Gremlin Knob fight, procs Ornamental Fan, and Talk to the Hand. It's a good thing to card draw. It's good if we get Strength, which is good with our big multi-attack deck. This seems really good. We want the question mark, right? Yeah, no reason to take an extra fight here. What do we want out of the question mark? Because, like, we're not doing Shining Light or, like, Scrap Ooze. I guess we'd probably reach into Scrap Ooze for, like, 5 health, but... I guess we want, like, Cleric? Nope, we don't have enough money for Cleric. Maybe we do want to fight. Because we have a Molten Egg now, so card rewards get a little better. I guess we're choosing this one either way, right? Because that gives us the choice. So let's do this, see what the relic is, and then choose. It's a pair. Okay, well that doesn't change the decision parameters at all. I guess it does, because now we have 45 health. So we're a little bit more likely to survive a hallway fight and an elite. Our rest is a little bit more valuable. We do want to upgrade Talk to the Hand, though. Like, rest is not super valuable. There's a lot of upgrades, actually. Talk to the Hand, Wheel Kick, Cut Through Fate all have really good upgrades. Eruption needs an upgrade. If we want to be doing lots of attacks in a turn. Deus Ex is nice. The Watcher, there's a combination of the Watcher starting relic is really bad and Deus Ex Machina is really good, such that when you upgrade Deus Ex Machina, you basically just gain a copy of the Watcher starting relic. You gain 1 extra energy per fight. Adding Deus Ex Machina is a little bit different, because you have to, like, spend a card draw to get 2 energy. But upgrading a Deus Ex Machina is exactly the same. Except that it doesn't happen on turn 1. Or at least it isn't guaranteed to happen on turn 1. Let's go over the Act 1 question marks. I'm not sure. Hypnotizing colored mushrooms would be good. I'd like to see that. Serpent's bad. World of Goop is bad. Wing Statue's good. Do we have a 10 damage attack? We do. So Wing Statue would be great. Oh wait, no, we can't. It doesn't matter if we have a 10 damage attack. That's for getting extra gold. We can't get gold. Dead Adventure would let us fight 5 elites. It's kind of silly. Yeah, it's a lot of bad ones, actually. Big Fish is obviously great. Dead Adventure is okay. Golden Idol we already did. Colored Mushrooms is good. Living Wall's great. Scrap Ooze is okay. Shining Light's kind of bad. Cleric's bad. Serpent's bad. World of Goop is bad. Wing Statue's okay. And then obviously there's the common ones. Things like Upgrade Shrine and Wheel of Change. Face Trader. Match and Keep. I guess, like, Ominous Forge means that just, like, any question mark is usually better than a fight. There's also a limit to how many attacks we want, right? If we're really going to a fight just to find another Molten Egg attack, we already have, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attacks, which is a lot for Act 1. But we have an Ornamental Fan and a Talk to the Hand, so the rules don't matter. Normally you just want, like, 3 attacks in Act 1. But we're trying to do a bunch of elites, too. This is a tough one. Do we ever die to the fight? Definitely not. 45 health. We've got Consecrate. So even if it's like Gang of Slimes. I don't think we ever die to any combination of fight and elite. Do we actually even want Ominous Forge? Duplication Shrine would be insane. There's a Talk to the Hand in the deck. We want as many of those as we can find. Bonfire Spirits is always good. Wait, what's Golden Shrine? Oh, that's the gold one. Wait, what's the difference between Divine Fountain and Purifier? Oh, Purifier is the card remove one. Okay. I think with the Molten Egg, I am going to take the fight. It's a pretty big shift from my normal mode of play, so this is uncomfortable for me. Yeah, that's a big payoff. This is like one of the best fights to get. Probably want to do Talk to the Hand, Cut Through Fate, Vigilance. I'll definitely take a Consecrate. These block for 10. He'll be hitting for 24 if we go into Wrath. Seems like we shouldn't do that. So we block for 10, 14. Take 10. No, thank you. I'll just take 1. Strike's kind of okay next turn. We'll be weak again next turn. Nah, I'd rather just get Eruption and get a kill. Or Wheel Kick or something. Strike is lethal here? No, it's not. Getting close, though. Next attack. Okay. Second Just Lucky. Seems like a take. I've had so many runs recently where I'm like, just give me an inner piece. My kingdom for an inner piece. This is definitely not one of those. We're nowhere close to Rushdown Loop. We don't have Rushdown. We've got way too many cards. If I got my pick of attacks, I might take Just Lucky. I think that might be the best attack in the game for us right now. Although it's hard to beat like a Ragnarok. Okay. Weave would be really nice. Cut Through Fate, give me Eruption. Alright, fair enough. You Talk to the Hand down next turn would be really nice. We could play Talk to the Hand now. In fact, I think I am going to play Distilled Chaos. We have to do one of these two this fight, and we don't want to play Skill Pot, so... Ooh, we got a Wheel Kick, too. And we entered Calm. I was kind of hoping we would have an opportunity to spend these miracles last turn with the potion, but no. If we play these 3, we block for 4 plus 6 plus 3, so we block for 13. He hits for 16. That seems fine. We do 9 plus 12 is 21, plus 8 is 29. So any attack is lethal next turn. Seems great. Defend is health negative. He would get 6 extra attack. Hold that. That'll do it. Ooh, preserved insect. Oh, another talk to the hand? Are you kidding me? Wow. Niall wants us to win this one. Go to a fire, upgrade the other talk to the hand. Maybe we upgrade, like, cut through fate. It seems really important that we draw a lot of cards with 2 just luckies and 2 talk to the hands. Cut through fate feels like it draws an extra card when you upgrade it because it scries for an extra. But I guess, like, technically it does not draw an extra card, right? You get to choose sort of broader, but you still only get to pick one. Whereas talk to the hand just, like, does what it does better. Maybe it's wheel kick. Wheel kick helps us finish people better. If we get Necronomicon in Act 2, we'll wish we had Wheel Kick Plus. Do 80 damage in Wrath mode. We're definitely doing this Elite. We have Preserved Insect now, and we only lost 1 health in the last Elite. I think we're pretty good to Smith here, too. 40 health should be fine. Best upgrades are Eruption, Talk to the Hand, Cut Through Fate, Wheel Kick, and Desex. After that, Vigilance and Consecrate, and then the basics. But this top tier is hard to differentiate. Eruption makes it a little bit cheaper for us to enter Wrath. And the turns when we enter Wrath are the turns we want to spend a lot of energy, right? So that makes a lot of sense. Talk to the Hand makes our block scaling plan work quite a bit better. Hold on just a second. Sorry about that. You'd consider Consecrate upgrade for Sentries and Slime Boss. You think we crush Lagavulin? We definitely crush Lagavulin. I'm with you. Hey, Sardible. Consecrate upgrade just isn't that good, though. 3 extra damage. Seems like such a marginal change. That's true. Our energy balance seems pretty positive. Yeah, I really just wish we had, like, another Cut Through Fate or another Wheel Kick. Wheel Kick has an insane drawn played rate, right? We play Wheel Kick every time we draw it, and getting 5 extra damage would be pretty huge. So yeah, I think that the like tippity top tier of upgrades is like Talk to the Hand, Wheel Kick, maybe Cut Through Fate, and then like Cut Through Fate, and then like Eruption, Deus Ex Machina, because those are kind of doing the same thing, right? These are both energy upgrades. I think Eruption probably gets the nod over Deus Ex Machina, but like you can use the energy from Deus Ex Machina on any card, whereas Eruption is only for it. But this is every time you enter Wrath, whereas this is just once per game. And then it's like Vigilance Corruption or Vigilance Consecrate. Hey, YTI. I know it feels like it was just a small break, but it's really nice to like take a little break, come back after the new year, and then like, hey, see all the people in Twitch chat that I know. So like, I think this is the first time I've seen YTI this year. So like, Happy New Year, YTI, and welcome back. It's good to reconnect with people. Although it is also weird to have like a social connection to like a chat username for me, because like I don't know what anybody's face looks like, with some exceptions for people who've done playtests. That is a good point about the Snecko Eye upgrade. Alright, see you, Sir Animal. Happy lurking. I think Snecko Eye might not be a pick here. We have Ornamental Fan and 2 Talk to the Hands, so it's really important that we're able to play like a lot of attacks per turn. I think Snecko Eye might not be good for that. I think I'm just gonna grab the Wheel Kick. It's hard to fault that, doing 5 extra damage, getting them. Tiny Laga. I think we're going to wait on the Eruption. We want to develop, like, either one of the 2 Talk to the Hands at least, and, like, hopefully Vigilance before we start him off. So I think we're going to chill here. Just Lucky can help set up next turn. So Wheel Kick is guaranteed to draw Vigilance. We can set up both Talk to the Hands as well with the Miracles. I guess what was the point of entering Vigilance there? Because I already had, like, when you enter Calm, you kind of like curry energy from this turn to a future turn, but I already had Miracles in hand, and Miracles already curry energy to the future. I guess the only reason to do it would be hand size. Yeah, I think that was a mistake. Not like an important enough mistake to revert over, but just interesting to think about. Because, like, for example, I can't have the energy this turn because I don't have the Eruption. So I just, like, cut myself off from 2 of my energy for no reason. Although I do have this cool VFX. I'm in a blue cloud. I'll take Consecrate because it blocks for 5. It looks like we just get to, like, utterly clown on Lagavulin because of the block return, so it doesn't really matter what we do. Is this lethal? 21 plus 8. Nope, not lethal. I think we'll just set up for Wheel Kick next turn then. That was mean. Not only did we not take damage, it was never, like, particularly in question that we were not going to take damage. What do we feel about a Meditate in this deck? Meditate's a good card. It's kind of like card draw, right? It's card draw from your discard pile. Get back a Wheel Kick. A lot of our best cards don't go into the discard, which is kind of weird. The Talk to the Hands and the Miracles never hit the discard. Most likely. So it's just like a Wheel Kick and Eruption. If we take the Meditate, we're almost certainly upgrading Eruption, because that lets us play Eruption a lot. Meditating an Eruption is a really good line. It'd be kind of nice to have a second Calm Enter, so that we're able to enter Wrath a little bit more aggressively. Plus Establishment. Think about Establishment. It's also an end turn effect, so it fights with Vault and Conclude. For Meditate and Conclude, it kind of makes sense why it ends your turn. Meditate because you're taking a breather, and Conclude because the name of the card is Conclude. But Vault, it doesn't really make sense fictionally why that ends your turn. I don't really get that. I guess it doesn't, like, fictionally it doesn't end your turn, right? It just, you start a new turn from behind them, right? You, like, vault over them. So Vault is like you keep your combo going, and then mechanically it ends your turn. Yeah, Coconut's a little punk. But, you know, she's an old lady. She has problems. We forgive her. You don't need to take advantage of my forgiveness. Come on. Yeah, Vault should not end the turn when you play it. Just give an extra turn. That's a good point. There's no reason why it can't just, like, tack the extra turn onto when you press end turn. Oh my god, Coconut. You've been fed. What are you complaining about? I know you've got food. You're just lying to me. You're embarrassing me in front of Twitch chat, Coconut. Gives no fucks. I don't care about Twitch chat. I'm a cat. Prostrate, also kind of an option. If we're going to draw a lot of cards, more zero-cost stuff makes sense. We don't really need the block, though. Or the Divinity Enter. We're not, like, walloping people, right? We're blocking with the Talk to the Hand, Ornamental Fan. And I guess Just Lucky. At this point, we have 2 of those. It is hard to turn down the Meditate. It's quite good. Alright, I'll take Meditate and upgrade Eruption. That's the line. Although we don't get to upgrade yet. We still have to lose what's left of our gold. Unless we can kill this turn. If we cut through Fate into Eruption... No, there's no way to do it, right? What if we Wheel Kick into Eruption and Deus Ex? And then do... Yeah, I think that works. If the top 2 cards are Deus Ex and Eruption. I guess we could cut through Fate first, if that's going to be... If we're depending on drawing Deus Ex. We could actually talk to the hand first, too. So we could talk to the hand, Just Lucky, cut through Fate to try and set up the draw pile, and then Wheel Kick to try and draw a Deus Ex. Yeah, let's do that. We want to do Scries in ascending order, although these both Scry for 2, so... There's Deus Ex. Darn, I thought we were going to be able to save our 19 gold, but no. Now it's all gone. The dream is dead. We'll never have gold again. Halt is another zero-cost card. If we're getting a lot of card draw. This seems unnecessary. We've got a different block engine. What about Crush Joint, Sands of Time, and Empty Fist? I think they're all bad. I don't think we really need a stance exit because we have Meditate. Yeah, so Ectoplasms. The end of our gold. This will be 0 until the run is over. That's why we went to an early shop, because we didn't want to get looted. So we spent most of our money here. No regrets. We bought a Talk to the Hand. So Empty Fist is another Wrath exit, basically. But we already have 2 Wrath exits. We've got Vigilance and Meditate, so I think we'll be fine. It is an Empty Fist Plus, which gets a lot of damage. But we already have a ton of damage, so I'm a little skeptical about that being good. Crush Joints would let us multiply our damage a little bit. We do need a way to remove artifact charges. We're super dependent on Talk to the Hand for block. So maybe Crush Joints helps us do that. It is a Crush Joints Plus as well, so like it's quite a bit of damage, and the Vulnerable's pretty relevant. We don't play very many skills. Most of our block is through attacks, so we're unlikely to have played a skill at the end of the turn. There is Meditate, which is always the last card of a turn, so that's something. J Diesel 121761. Why did you do it? He turned to the dark side, chat. He used to be just a regular Twitch chatter, but then he fell in with some bots. J Diesel 121761. We will mourn your loss. Do you think that number represents that there have been 121,000 bots of that name? Do you think the bots are like JDiesel 1, JDiesel 2, JDiesel 3, all the way up to 121,000? No. They're definitely not people. I was just... it's just making fun. Let's have a moment of silence for the tragic fall of JDiesel 121761. May he live in our hearts forever. Dude, Sir Artemal. That's right. Oh, man. Oh, I see. The whole thing was a prequel meme. I had to reread your previous comment, Jizzo. If you'd done Darth J Diesel 121761, I would have got it. Oh, prequel memes. I'm gonna ban somebody on accident at some point when they do that. You're not the first person to pretend to be a bot. One of these days. Thanks for the follow, Humden1381. Appreciate the support. Welcome to the Vegetable Patch. Yeah, I think it's either Crush Joints or Skip here, right? I don't think we want Sands of Time. I don't think Halt's quite good enough. Halt is a crazy card. This deck does want a Fasting, because we do lots of attacks. And we have 2 copies of Just Lucky. So if we had a Fasting, then Halt would be kind of bonkers. You've been thinking about a new challenge. Start with Ectoplasm, Busted Crown, and Sozu. But you have a draft of 30 cards and a random rare relic. It's much harder than I thought. Huh. It sounds really easy. Draft mode makes the game much easier. But maybe. Ectoplasm, Busted Crown, and Sozu. So you don't get gold or potions. You get limited access to cards. Nice. Sounds fun. Unfortunately, this current project is going to take me quite a while. I'm going to try to win streak all 3 classes. Yeah, that's kind of how like Busted Crown works, right? Busted Crown like puts you way ahead at the beginning, but then you fall behind eventually. Wait, if you start with Ectoplasm, Busted Crown, and Sozu, you're a 6 energy deck in Act 1. That sounds insane. You could end up as an 8 energy deck. I think I'm going to skip. If you had two Sozus and 2 Ectoplasms, you've changed the rules of the game. That shouldn't be possible. They should be removed from the pool once you pick them. Um, I think I'm like a narrow no on crush joints. If it was the weak version, I would take it. But I think weak is more valuable than vulnerable, at least for a non-divinity deck. And the only real use of either of those cards is going to be artifact charge removal, and it's still Act 1, so we don't really need artifact removal yet. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you draw 5 statuses on turn 2 of the heart fight, you're going to lose. There's almost no decks that can survive that. I can't say no decks that can survive that anymore, because I literally had the worst case scenario deck that still won, but that deck was bonkers. Alright. And then we're smithing again, because we're at 41, and we have a block pot. Talk to the Hand is okay, but actually not very good in the slime boss fight. I think it's... Gosh. I think it's Eruption now. I think Eruption is the best of the... decost package. Yeah, it's Eruption because of the Meditate, right? I remember I had this discussion already. Okay. Meditate's crazy. Alright, let's wheel kick, try and find Eruption, and fail. Do we play both Talk to the Hands in phase 1, or neither? Seems weird to skip them right now, because they are damage. We could use a skill pot to look for card draw. Oh no. I asked my wife to get me a salted caramel mocha, and she was like, what if they don't have those anymore? And I was like, they're gonna have them. It'll be fine. They did not. She got me a toffee nut syrup mocha. I didn't realize until just now when I saw the label. It's the end of an era. Christmas time is over. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna play the Talk to the Hands. I don't want to waste energy. The 5 block return could be pretty relevant too if he survives to his next turn. Strike, strike, strike blocks for 15 plus 4. We get a pretty good setup. Okay, good use out of the block pot. If we do 6 damage, he would split, right? At or below 50%, so yes. We could meditate to get the vigilance back, but why? Maybe I was supposed to cut through fate and like look for a wheel kick there. Oh well. I guess I will. This is 5 damage, so it puts him right on the edge. No reason to split badly this turn. We'll get a better split next turn. Wheel kick or eruption or something. Yeah, this'll do. Looks like a good next turn. Bop. Um, 18 splits him at 9, which is like any attack kills him next turn. Oh wow, we actually found the attack that doesn't kill him. Oh wait, Consecrate, okay. Alright. Vault seems great. Scrawl actually seems pretty good here. Second Des Ex I think is a no. So the dream with Scrawl is like we turn into a 6 energy deck, and we just like go bananas when we find Scrawl. Turn it into a Scrawl Plus. Do some silly energy stuff. The dream with Vault is just that it's super good, and you don't need any excuse to pick a Vault. It's like probably the best card in the game. In my mind, the best card in the game is either Vault or Catalyst, right? I think those are the top two for me. There's some pretty crazy cards in the game, though. It's so context dependent, right? I shouldn't even say best card in the game. Doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna take a quick break while I think about this. Be right back. Thanks, Dwindling Storm. I always forget about that. I said my heart wants Scrawl. Vault is a super good card, but Scrawl can do special things with this deck. Scrawl draws us a bunch of Just Luckies, and the Just Luckies block out with Ornamental Fan and talk to the hand. Whereas Vault, like, it delays the things the monsters do a turn, and it kind of like auto blocks out. But it's expensive, and you still have to block the thing the monster's doing just next turn. Both of them need an upgrade. Scroll wants to cost 0, Vault wants to cost 2 instead of 3. Vault needs it a little bit less. We're probably going to be a 5 energy deck next floor. So like Vault costing 2 doesn't cost that much. Although Scroll costing 1 isn't that bad either. Scroll is like more synergetic with the deck, right? It's like you scroll a big hand, play something good, meditate it back. Hey, Sapphic Traffic. Good morning to you as well. Scroll is a little bit awkward with Deus Ex. But it's also like really good with Deus Ex, right? Because if you draw a Deus Ex and Scrawl in the same hand, then you like play the miracles and have a huge turn. I'm gonna take the Scrawl. Okay, so options for being a 4 energy or 5 energy deck are Philosopher's Stone or Coffee Dripper. No obvious signs that this is like a good Coffee Dripper deck. We don't have any marginal healing relics or anything like that. So we'd have to find like Bites or Eternal Feather or Meal Ticket, Blood Vial, kinda. If we wanted to be super good with Coffee Dripper, or we just not take damage. Not taking damage is also a way. Meal Ticket's kind of bad. If we had Meal Ticket, we wouldn't really be avoiding shops, right? Because they're like little mini campsites, right? It's definitely less good than normal, because it's like a wasted floor for 15 health, but health is health, right? I certainly wouldn't buy a Meal Ticket, but I'm not buying anything, so it doesn't really matter what I think about it. If we get a Meal Ticket, we get a Meal Ticket, right? Also, you can't avoid the Act 4 shop, so we're going to be going to at least 1 more shop, probably like 2 more shops, just because it's on the path and we can't avoid it. We're probably farming elites with Preserved Insect. Both of these make elites a little bit dangerous, because if we take a bunch of damage, then Coffee Dripper is bad, and Philosopher's Stone is pretty dangerous for Act 2 elites. Both Book of Stabbing and Gremlin Leader have big multi-attacks. Definitely less bad for Gremlin Leader than it is for Book of Stabbing, but still relevant. We can't outscale Book of Stabbing for sure, but we can generate quite a bit of block. Nobody in Act 2 has, or nobody relevant has artifact charges. Is card remove awesome? It's okay, certainly. I think we'd probably be removing Defends. It's an interesting perspective. Card removes are definitely going to be scarce. We're limited to event-based card removes. Infinitely valuable is definitely overstating it, though. If it's infinitely valuable, then you wouldn't need to consider anything else. Like, infinite value is like when you're at Scrap Ooze and you have 1 health. It's like, okay, Leave has infinite value here because anything else is death. They're definitely, card removes are definitely valuable. I will give you that. But I'm not actually very interested in removing strikes, right? Because with the 2 Talk to the Hands and the Ornamental Fan, we kind of just want to jam a bunch of attacks. And if those happen to be strikes, I'm not like, it's not the end of the world. I feel like Watcher's pretty good at taking Coffee Dripper and then not taking damage, but sometimes that's not true. Wait, make it concise for Scrawl. Scrawl is the card in the deck that cares the least about the quality of your cards. You draw a 10-card hand, so it doesn't really matter if there's a couple of strikes in there. You'll still find the good stuff. I mean, after we Scrawl, we're pretty unlikely to play the whole hand, right? So some cards are getting left behind, and if those cards are defense, that's fine. This ain't no combo deck. It does increase the density of top of the hands, which is like very relevant. Sure. But like being a 5 energy watcher is like super good. You like Coffee Dripper but don't want to get blamed. Yeah, I feel that. That pressure's on, right? We're trying to win streak pretty explicitly, so if we pick the wrong thing here and it causes us to die. This is like very likely to be the moment when I point back to this at the end of the game and be like, this is what killed us, right? If we pick any of these, to be honest, right? If we pick Empty Cage, we might point back to this and be like, no, we needed to be a 5 energy deck. Because this like so wants to be a 6 energy deck, right? We want to draw a million cards and play a million attacks and use Talk to the Hand and Ornamental Fan to block for 1,000. So like not picking a 5th energy is like a pretty big decision. But picking either of these can get us killed, right? So I think for me it's Philosopher's Stone. Not being able to rest is tricky. We have the pair, which makes resting slightly better because we get like I'm not going to do the math for whether it's 3 or 4, but like 3 extra health per rest. Although stated the other way, pair also gives us a little bit of 10 extra hit points of headroom, right? So we can take like 10 extra damage before we die in a given act, and then just do the end of act healing. Makes Coffee Dripper a little safer. Yeah, it was a tough one. Yeah, I think honestly you could probably pick any of these and win the run. We're in pretty good shape. But which one is the easiest? I think it's kind of Coffee Dripper's game to lose here. Coffee Dripper is generally less dangerous than Philostone. By the end of a run, a lot of times you end up not wanting to rest anyway. If you're gonna win your last 2 campsites, a lot of times you're like, I don't need this, I guess I'll recall or something, right? We might end up recalling in Act 2. But if we like find a shovel or something, then like Coffee Dripper is immediately like super good. Or any like marginal healing relic, right? Eternal Feather particularly. But it's also possible that none of those things happen, right? And if we don't get Eternal Feather and, you know, we do lose a bunch of health to an elite, then I'm going to wish I picked Philostone. Because Philostone is definitely dangerous, but it's lower variance, I think. Like, Philostone, you kind of know what you're getting into. You take, like, you know, 30 extra damage in the heart fight, and, like, the Spire elites hit you for an extra, like, 8 over the first 2 turns, and, you know, like, Time Lord has an extra strength and multi-attacks, and Awakened one and stuff. There's a lot of multi-attack enemies, but it, like, Philostone just makes the entire rest of the game a tiny bit more dangerous. Whereas Coffee Dripper, like, has these huge swing moments. I'm not actually that concerned about birds. This is a really good deck against birds. We've got, like, Just Luckies and Consecrates and stuff. Scrawl. We should be able to knock down birds, no problem. It could still, you know, they could still hurt us for sure. We don't have any source of weak, which is something the deck really wants. We really want to talk to the hand. God, talk to the hand would be amazing. You use talk to the hand and the just luckies to remove all the artifact charges, and then, or sorry, wave of the hand. Wave of the hand is what I'm talking about. We already have talk to the hand, obviously. So since we're in good shape, I think taking the low variance approach is what I want to do, and I think that's either Phylostone or Empty Cage. Empty Cage is also low variance, right? Empty Cage makes the deck a lot more consistent, makes it more likely that we land to talk to the hand on turn 1 in important fights. Yes, we do have 2 talk to the hands. Haha! Yeah, we grabbed one out of an early shop because we had Ectoplasm, and then we were just offered another one after we had Molten Egg already, so that was pretty nice. I think people undervalue Just Lucky. I value Just Lucky pretty highly. In a deck with Talk to the Hand and Ornamental Fan, Just Lucky is like kind of bonkers. Yes, this is an Act 1 deck. We're about to go to Act 2. Yeah. Yep. Empty Cage is definitely a good pick here. It's kind of strange to consider Empty Cage, because usually Empty Cage is like, it's the like snap pick for if you have a curse in the deck and otherwise like not very good. There should be a portal in Act 1 for Watcher only that sends you straight to the heart. We would lose a heart fight immediately, no question. Maybe if it sent you to a version of the heart with 200 health, I could see it. We might beat that. Probably not, though. I think we still die on turn 2. I think I'm gonna go for the Phylostone. I want to be a high energy deck. Draw lots of cards. Collector, trying to collect us. That's rude. We definitely don't want to go to shops. Act 2 question marks tend to be pretty good. There's a 3 elite path over here on the right. This path's a little bit scary because we don't get to make any decisions until here. But we have a fire to keep us a little bit safer. It's a decent card when upgraded, especially with the talks and weaves, if you already found them. Yeah, this deck wants a weave so bad. Weave would be bonkers here. I kind of want to get this little path segment. I would really like to take a Mega Elite in this act, if possible. Yeah, it's true. We did skip a Golden Idol in Act 1, so the Act 2 question marks are slightly worse because of that. But Act 2 question marks are so good. Like, Ancient Writing, Bites, Library, right? Like, such good stuff. Apparitions. Would we take Apparitions? Doesn't really seem like an Apparition deck. Maybe we'd take them anyway just because they're good, but... limits the downside of Phylostone. If we'd taken, whatchamacallit, Coffee Dripper, then we would definitely take Apparitions. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go right. Actually, I don't know, we get 2 extra fires on the left path, whereas we're gonna get 1 on the right. Yeah, Necronomicon would be nuts. We got a Wheel Kick plus. Draw 4 cards, deal 80 damage. Seems like a good thing to be doing in Act 3. Yeah, the Cursed Tome. It's an Act 2 event. I'm just worried about this early part where we have to do 4 hallway fights and then an elite. I guess if we end up here, then we can nope out of the elite. Doesn't really put us in a good spot, though. If we're noping out of this elite, are we really taking a Mega Elite here? Maybe we should do a bunch of question marks. Getting Preserved Insect and then doing no Act 2 elites is kind of a disaster. I just wish, like, this was a question mark and we could do like that. Happy Monday, Carly Slay Jepson. Yeah, it seems like we should plan on 3 elites. I can't figure out how to get here, right? If we can get here, we're fine. But this is just, that's a nightmare. 4 fights in a row, and then an elite? Are we really doing that? Skill pot. It's true, we could take the shop. It seems bad, though. I mean, fights are bad, but, like, we have Molten Egg, so card rewards are actually pretty valuable. It seems pretty foolish to just skip a fight. Waste of floor. It's only 1 more fight on the left than it is on the right. But thinking about it a different way, it's double the number of hard pool fights, right? Because it's one hard pool fight versus 2. That just 1 more fight can be like avocado mushroom. That's pretty gross. You could lose like 30 health or 40 health in that fight easy. Yeah, I think I have to go right. There's 1 fewer fires if I go right. And I don't get to do the Mega Elite. We're a 5 energy deck with a Scrawl in it. Maybe we just don't take any damage from any fight. Maybe we're just like godly here. I think not, though. I think we're still afraid of Act 2 hallways. It's always so tough, like, when you make a major change to a deck, like, if you're a deck that says you want Talk to the Hand, and then you finally add your Talk to the Hand, or, like, you get a Snecko Eye, or a Pyramid, or something, you think that you're having a big power spike, but you haven't actually, like, played the deck with that new card yet, so it can be hard to evaluate how strong you are, and, like, Phylostone is a big change to the run. We have 5 energy now, but also enemies have 1 strength. It's really difficult to evaluate how strong we are. I think we're great against, like, Chosen, though. So if we do, like, 4 hallway fights and we fight, like, Chosen and then, like, Chosen plus Bird, I think we're in good shape. But if we fight, like, Avocado and then Avocado plus Mushroom, we're in, like, big trouble. Let's go look at the Act 2 events for a second. Actually, I'm going to look at the Act 2 hallway fights, too. So, Ancient Writing we talked about. Augmenter is really good with this deck. We have, we're really focused on strength scaling, or stat scaling of any sort. Apparitions would be fine. Probably wouldn't take a Cursed, or Forgotten Altar, or, sorry, not Forgotten Altar, what is that one called? Mausoleum. Probably wouldn't take a Mausoleum. It seems dangerous. Cursed Tome is good. Knowing Skull's pretty bad. Masked Bandits could give us an extra elite. I think that'd be good, right? Beggar is terrible. We can't card remove there. Pleading Vagrant, we'd have to rob. And then we'd take a Shame. Probably don't want that. Colosseum we can't get early. Joust we don't care about. Yeah, there's definitely some misses here. The Nest is actually pretty insane. If we get a Ritual Dagger with this deck, we're going to be popping off. This is a really good Ritual Dagger deck. Yeah, fasting would be really nice. So some good ones, but also some bad ones. That's kind of the theme for ectoplasm, right? It like makes some things that are normally good just like terrible. Like shops and any event that gives you gold. It's just like a total waste of time. Okay, now let's look at the Act 2 hard pool fights. The easy pool fights I'm not too worried about. Shelled Parasite's probably the hardest one. Spirit Guardian is actually pretty bad too, because we don't have the artifact charge removal. Triple Cultist is pretty bad for the hard pool fight. Snake Plant is obviously bad. We're pretty bad at Snecko too. Snecko is pretty scary with 2 Just Luckies. Sentry Spirit Guardian is kind of a nightmare. Yeah, I think I might take the extra question mark. Alright, starting with Chosen, that's nice. I'll take a strike. Yeah, I'll leave the Consecrate for next turn. Do we want Eruption next turn? Probably not. She's going to be attacking next turn, so... Act 3 Ectoplasm Watcher with Lesson at Mind Bloom. Yeah. Only one real choice there. We have Wheel Kick and Scrawl in the same hand. We're always using Consecrate. Seems like we can block out with just attacks here, so I'll just do Wheel Kick. Actually, I'll do Scrawl first, because I want to Scrawl with a small hand. Hopefully we don't draw Deus Ex last. Always a risk. Ah! Oh wait, we didn't even draw Deus Ex last. We drew Deus Ex like here. I didn't realize that was how Deus Ex worked. Huh. Okay. Shoot. I guess the Wheel Kick is lethal, probably. Okay. Is that a perfect Chosen fight? I believe it was. It's pretty good. Another Just Lucky. God, we need a Weave. Can you imagine a Weave in this deck? This would be so nuts. I think it might be time to start thinking about Time Lord. If we take a third Just Lucky, are we, like, dead against Time Lord? We don't have any decks. We probably find a Fasting by then, though. Although we can't go to shops, so maybe not. Maybe we take Nirvana. Nirvana's kind of like deck scaling for Just Luckies. I almost never take Nirvana, but it's actually pretty good here. Got 1, 2, 3 cards that activate it. Third Eye's definitely not bad. I like how 3 out of the 4 cards here are like super good with Weave. It's like Weave, Weave, Weave. Where is it? Just Lucky is the only card that says plus on it. So there's that. We are a 5 energy deck, so picking a third Just Lucky is a little bit awkward. Because we can draw a hand of all Just Luckies at that point and be like, well, I guess we're wasting 3 energy this turn. We don't have quite enough card draw to support all this Just Luckying. We've been really leaning on this Cut Through Fate Wheel Kick to like draw a bunch of cards, and it's starting to get a little bit thin. I guess Scrawl is here, but yeah, Just Lucky's pretty good with Scrawl. Nirvana giving 3 decks to the Just Luckies, though, is like pretty nuts. I don't think I would ever pick Third Eye over Just Lucky here. It's definitely good, but Just Lucky, like, it scries for 1 less, and then it usually blocks for just as much, assuming we found the top of the hand. And it does damage. It costs 1 less. Helps proc Ornamental Fan. In fact, if you include the Ornamental Fan, it blocks for 1/3 of 4. Then if we've only played 1 Talk to the Hand, Just Lucky blocks for just as much as Third Eye. In fact, over by 1/3 of 1. I don't think we're ever picking Evaluate. So it's Just Lucky, Nirvana, or Skip. Nirvana is currently 9 block per shuffle. Just quite a bit. How much does Talk to the Hand block for? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 attacks per shuffle. Probably play 9 of them. So Talk to the Hand is 27 block per shuffle. Wow. I think that more is just that Talk to the Hand is insane than Nirvana is bad. But 9 is nothing compared to 27. I mean, it's 1/3. Well, if this is 1/3 of a Talk to the Hand, I don't think I want it. Talk to the Hand's good, but it's not so good that I would pick 1/3 of 1. So I think I'll grab another Just Lucky. I think this is my limit until we get either a Fasting or a Nirvana. Got Bites. These become Bite pluses. This seems like a pretty obvious pick. We do lose some current HP. We are 11 off max, so we lose 13 current health. We do add 1 to the deck size, but we're not super sensitive to deck size. And Bite pluses are so much better than Strikes. I guess this means it was right to choose Coffee Dripper, unfortunately. We just got unlucky. So we would have high-rolled the Coffee Dripper, so we were wrong to pick the low variance approach. We would be further ahead now if we'd chosen Coffee Dripper. Oh well. I'll still take Bites. Here is a Shelled Parasite. Another Scrawl Wheel Kick hand. Cut Through Fate as well. I guess let's Wheel Kick first, because we want to play Just Lucky and Consecrate before we play Scrawl. But we want to play Just Lucky and Consecrate after we Wheel Kick, because Wheel Kick gets through the plated armor, so we can start doing plated armor damage. Oh, we got the Desex too. Wow, that's super good. Okay, give me those Talk to the Hands. No. Looking for the other Talk to the Hand. Cut Through Fate is almost guaranteed to get it here. If it was an upgraded Talk to the Hand, it would be guaranteed. How's that for a turn 1? Block out, do, what was that, 8 plated armor damage? 50 damage to his health. Seems good. It's time to eject this Shelled Parasite from the game. Yeah, I'll take it Just Lucky. Eruption next turn should be lethal if it isn't this turn. Gross. Well, this deck's strong. No Weave. Empty Mind draws cards. We have 5 energy. It seems like we're pretty thirsty for card draw. With all the Just Luckies. Forward Influence costs 0. What's the best case scenario for Forward Influence? I guess just like another Talk to the Hand. That can happen, right? Any color, yeah. Usually the best case scenario is like a 3-cost attack, right? So like the silent attack, the triple attacks or something. Could be card draw. Foreign influence does say plus on it. I'm usually like pretty down on foreign influence. I'm like not a big foreign influence person. Yeah. But you get to choose, so you'd only choose grand finale if it's good. And if you choose a grand finale, like that's insane, right? You're doing 50 AoE damage. We get like a clothesline. Unfortunately, Molten Egg does not apply to the foreign influence card. It's only when you like add a permanent card to the deck. I think I'm gonna take the Empty Mind though. Empty Mind is super good. Find Master Reality. About that. We got Meditate and Vigilance, although we've never played Meditate, so like, I don't know if Meditate's actually good in the deck. It probably is. Just hasn't been yet. Meditate and Empty Mind are super good together. You can Meditate back your Empty Mind and then Empty Mind to get +2 cards and +1 energy. Can be an emergency way to get out of Wrath. We've only got 1 Wrath enter, though. Hasn't really been a big challenge. Meditate Infinite. Yes, I love it. What if effects that said end your turn, if you had an artifact charge, didn't end your turn? What would people think about that? I think that's arguably the way they should interact with artifact. Then maybe you could do an infinite. It's very difficult to generate infinite artifact charges, but it is possible. I guess it's only possible in the Orange Palettes context. I guess technically you could do it with like dual wield and or like burst exhume. Wait, no, burst exhume doesn't work either. How the hell would you do that? Is there any way to get infinite artifact? Yeah, the only other effects that get quote-unquote instantly applied to you are health loss, I think. I think it's the only other, like, instant effect that isn't a status effect. I guess, like, changing stances, but that's like, clearly not a negative thing, right? Branch Exhume Panacea? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Branch can generate Exhume, so, like, technically that works, but it, like... You can't make an infinite on Branch generating Exhume because it takes too long. I would say any infinite that depends on Dead Branch is inadmissible. That's true. Money steal from Muggers. That's a good point. They directly attack your metagame health. And artifact charges. But I think artifact charges should affect that too, so I don't feel like you found an inconsistency in my argument, but you did find an extra example of the game being consistent. I'm gonna grab this Empty Mind. Is this good? No, yeah, you're right. It's a good thing to mention. It's an excellent contribution to the conversation. +1 Sir Artemal points. I just noticed these little dashes in Vigilance. It looks like Vigilance is like a painting that somebody's like cut, and that's the little glow strips. Man, I really like this art. This is so good. Like, I would put this on a wall, you know? Artifact blocking end turn would be a nerf to Vault. Yeah, I think I think it generally nerfs the end turn cards to make it interact with artifact, because you want your artifact charges to be used for more valuable things. But I feel like that it should work that way for consistency's sake. Sometimes at the end of a run, I look back at my deck and I say things like, we started picking some panic cards. We started picking like some nonsense there at the end. And I feel like Empty Mind is a little bit of like, we started picking nonsense at the end. But it seems like it fits with the deck, right? We want to draw a bunch of cards so we can play a bunch of Just Luckies, right? That's what the deck does. Yeah, I think this is defensible. I'm gonna pick it. Wow, those question marks were good. We got bites in a large chest. Sundial seems pretty good with all the card draw. Would energy lost from Void also be one of those negative? Yes, it would. Yeah, that'd be fine. If Void took an artifact charge instead of an energy, I think that would make sense. But now that we've come up with 3 examples where the game is being consistent and artifact charge truly does apply only to status effects, I think maybe I should re-examine my position. But, you know, if artifact applied to all of those things, it would be a pretty minor change to the game. I think it would be a little bit better, but honestly, if I were making Slay the Spire, I would lobby pretty hard for removing artifact charges entirely. I think artifact is a like extremely complex mechanic that's like very difficult to explain to players, and leads almost exclusively to very broken interactions. Where like suddenly you have infinite focus, or like you can use your flex pots for +5 permanent strength, and it's like, that's kind of silly. The interaction with like what's that card called? Duality in particular is like, whoa. What are we doing here? I think it's a little bit different to like, if you pay a cost to play a card, I don't think that's a negative effect that's being applied to you. But that is an interesting sort of sideways extension of the modifications to the rules I'm suggesting. Yeah, artifact is a very strange mechanic. Sundial is really good, right? Because we like draw cards and need energy. I don't think we should skip this. Okay. Yeah, talk about things that are like obviously debuffs. The blasphemy effect is like clearly a debuff, but it doesn't get affected by artifact for like no reason. Well, this is a bad situation. We're probably using both of these. Let's start with the skill pot to see if it like randomly blocks all the way out. Oh, it does. Okay. Just Lucky Scrawl seems okay next turn. No, we don't hit those. We won't talk to the hands. I'll go ahead and defend too, just to draw an extra card from Scrawl. Let's see if Cut Through Fate... actually, Cut Through Fate or Wheel Kick could draw it. I guess if we do both, we're guaranteed to get it. Currently, Wheel Kick is a 50-50. But actually, Cut Through Fate is a 75% chance, so let's do that one. Get it? No. Vigilance Empty Mind costs 1 energy and blocks for 8 and guaranteed draws it. See, we have to block for 27. Yeah, let's do that. It's true. Yeah, we should have played the. I wanted to play the Just Lucky after the Talk to the Hand, but you're right. That would have been 100%. Then I guess it's Bite Just Lucky. I don't need those next turn. Okay. Let's see. Are we blocking out this turn? This blocks for 8, so 16, 26. Seems like we're blocking out. I'll take one. I'll keep 1 bite for next turn. Yeah, cut the fate's fine. Yeah, I think we're looking for lethal next turn, so I'll take the eruption back. Ooh, maybe wheel kick though. No, I'll take eruption. Oh, yeah, we should do... Let's see. Let's do Just Lucky before Cut Through Fate so that we can filter the cards we're getting. I think we want more damage than a Just Lucky. Neither of these or the Consecrate. Is Consecrate lethal? Bite Plus is 9 damage, so these are hitting for 18. It's 36, 46. That should be enough, right? Oh, it's only 16. Wait, what? Bite Plus is only 8 damage? I thought that was 9. Okay. Carve Reality, Halt, Crescendo, and Like Water. Crescendo seems okay. No, I want the Calm Mentor version of Crescendo. What is that one called? Tranquility. Tranquility Empty Mind is way better than Crescendo Empty Mind. Carly's got a treat for you, Coconut. Hold on there, little Coconut. Alright. Oh, little Coconut. So we're no on Crescendo. I think we're still no on Halt. We're not going to Wrath very often. And we don't have any decks yet. Carve Reality doesn't seem super helpful. Oh gosh. Okay. Are we okay there, Coconut? That was a bit of an experience. Yeah, you kind of jumped there. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to feed Coconut. She has a legitimate complaint. She's lobbied Congress. So I'll get her some food. I'll be right back. You want some yum-yums? I don't think Lake Water would pull its weight in this deck. So I think we're skipping all of these. Carve Reality is so weird because, like, it's such a good card, but the upgrade is, like, not very effective. Doesn't do very much. Carve Reality does proc our Talk to the Hands twice, but I think we want card draw at this point. We have a Sundial and 3 Just Luckies, so if you're not a Cut Through Fate, I think we're not interested right now. Maybe another Wheel Kick. That's true. Wait, doesn't Carve Reality minus do 7 damage? Oh, you're right, it is 4 damage. Huh, okay. It's an uncommon, though. It's got a pretty high budget for how good the upgrade needs to be. Like, the worst upgrades in the game, sort of like the floor for how good an upgrade should be, is like a 33%. Like, it gets 1/3 better. And the total damage of Carve Reality Smite goes from 18 to 22, which is like significantly less than 1/3. It's like 1/5, so not very effective. Okay, so we're skipping. Alright, first Act 2 Elite, let's do it. Tiny Slavers. How do they enslave people? Nobody knows. Let's start with Just Lucky and then probably Empty Mind. Oh. Yeah, we'll end our turn with Meditate, right? So Eruption's good here. You would think that, right? Yeah, it wouldn't interact as well with Master Reality, which is like kind of a big problem for Watcher cards. It's like anything that generates a card should generally not generate an upgrade version so that it can work with Master Reality, but then Master Reality is actually like not good in the real world, so puts him in kind of a tough spot. Alright, so we get to kill Red Slaver. I don't think we want either of these for next turn. And generate some block, go back into Wrath next turn? Or Empty Mind, maybe. Yeah, let's do Empty Mind. Extra card draw, I think, is more important than extra damage. Alright. We could start with Just Lucky Empty Mind, or we could do Cut Through Fate Empty Mind. We want to do some scrying before we Empty Mind. I think Just Lucky Empty Mind is the way to do it. Let's start there. Looking for those Talk to the Hands. Where are they? They're nowhere. They don't exist. Alright, I guess I'll Wheel Kick them. There they are. We found them. I think we want to go ahead and put both on Taskmaster. Because he's got more health at this point. And I'll go ahead and Cut Through Fate on him, too. I don't really want Scrawl right now. We'd have 2 energy. So I'll just save that for next shuffle. So now we're in the same situation as before, where we could use 2 Miracles to enter Calm, but that really doesn't work that well. So I'll just keep the Miracles. Okay. Guess we need to kill him. Defend is less effective than just an attack at blocking. I guess I'll take back a Bite because we're about to take some damage. Bite to go back to full health. Wheel Kick, Consecrate kills. Seems like a pretty perfect Slaver fight. Could take Judgment. Forecast would be good if we eventually get a Weave. Prostrate is another 0-cost card for us to draw into. We need more card draw, though. We don't need more 0-cost cards. We need more ways to draw them. Foresight is kind of card draw. Between, like, Foresight and Meditate, we have a lot of control over, like, setting up for next turn, which is pretty nice. We have to control both what's in our hand, and I guess this also controls what's in our hand. Yeah, seriously, Watcher runs always do this. Watcher runs, like, every Watcher run is, like, defined by the card that you spend the entire run looking for. If you're a rushdown deck, you're either looking for, like, rushdown or inner peace or fear no evil. If it's this kind of deck, you're looking for a weave. Often this kind of deck is looking for the talk to the hand or wave of the hand. A lot of times you're like, if we find a Deva form, then we can do all kinds of talk to the hand stuff. Which describes this deck too. This deck wants to be a Deva form deck. But Foresight's good even if we don't get a weave, right? We could pick Judgment. Judgment was good last time we saw it. And arguably this is a better Judgment deck than the last one was. Because the last one was like an explosive combo deck, which doesn't really need Judgment. Whereas this one is a deck with a lot of scrying, so if Judgment isn't useful, we just don't draw it. I think we're going to take the Foresight and double down into the scrying. There is slight diminishing returns on scrying. You can have too much. But I'm not really worried about that with Sundial. If we just scry every card away, then we just Sundial like once a turn. Serious question, what makes a deck a good Judgment deck? I think the default assumption is that the deck is a good Judgment deck. So like if you're a starting Watcher, Judgment is great. Judgment solves a lot of Act 1 and Act 2 problems. And even Act 3, it'll do quite a bit of work. A Judgment Plus will kill like one of the triple jaw worms, for example, with only a small amount of damage. Doing 40 damage for 1 energy is pretty serious. I think, yeah, most decks are good Judgment decks. Judgment's just a good card. What really matters about Judgment is where you are in the run. So, like, the main question that you're considering as you go through Slay the Spire is, like, do I have the tools to solve the problems that I'm going to face, right? So, like, sometimes that's, like, you need to pick attacks so that you can deal with Gremlin Knob, right? And sometimes it's, like, you need a plan to scale against the heart, right? And, like, Judgment answers a lot of those questions, but it answers, like, the Act 1 and Act 2 questions the most. So, like, what floor you're on is more important than what's in your deck for determining if Judgment is good. And we're not exactly at the end of Judgment's range. Judgment is still good in all the Act 2 elite fights, or all of the non-Book of Stabbing elite fights. But we are sort of tailing off here. Jerry Licious says, I don't think there's such a thing as a Judgment deck, but if your deck lacks quick front-loaded damage to take out smaller enemies and require time to set up, you can just grab it. Yeah, right. You don't want to make... Yeah, Judgment is never the core of the deck, but, like, thinking about decks as having cores is usually not correct. You want to just, like, pick a bunch of cards that are good, and you can sort of, like, pick which pieces you need to solve whatever problems you're facing. And Judgment is a really powerful piece. But I think it's Foresight here. So, yeah, we are in a little bit of trouble of picking too much scrying. Because, like, for example, if you scry with your, like, talk to the hand, or with your... if you scry with your Just Lucky to set up your Cut Through Fate, and you see 2 cards that you want, then the scrying on Cut Through Fate doesn't really do anything, because you're just drawing one of those 2 cards, right? But Foresight doesn't really have that problem, because nothing else scries at the start of your turn. So it's never going to overlap with anything else. Okay. Decent upgrades there. We're at full health, so I guess we're taking a Smith. Seems like probably Talk to the Hand. Talk to the Hand's got a massive upgrade. Meditate gets twice as good. Scrawl gets decosted, which is pretty important. Empty Mind gets 50% better, as does Deus Ex. But Talk to the Hand also gets 50% better, and is really important to making the deck work, so let's go ahead and grab that. Alright. This is not what you want to see. Maybe we look for fasting. If we can get fasting, we can kill both, right? Because then this would do 11. But otherwise we can't kill both, and we're getting debuffed. Turn 1 Devaform. Nirvana also pretty good. We don't really need Devaform. We've got 5 energy, and that's like generally enough. There is a scroll on the deck though, so I guess we'll take it. Alright. I guess we'll double bite him, develop the Talk to the Hand on the leader, and block out Intercalm. Or we could Intercalm and take back a bite, which would help us guarantee lethal on the Fat Gremlin next turn. Bite is only going to do 6 damage, because we're going to be weak. But that means that 2 bites would get him. We also take 2 damage. That's fine. Oh right, I forgot he gets armor. Wheel Kick plus Bite kills him. Seems like we probably want to do that. Let's start with the Wheel Kick, see what the cards are. Okay. Develop the other Talk to the Hand. Just Lucky and Foresight set up for next turn. This seems like a good combo. Nobody's attacking, so we're pretty free to go into Eruption. But we need to draw lots of cards because we have 7 energy, so I'll keep the Empty Mind too. We actually have 9 energy if you count the miracles. Cut Through Fate is going to do perfectly 14 after we're in Eruption, so we'll use Just Lucky on the leader. We don't need any block. There's the scrawl. I'll take that. Five energy, new turn. Alright. Is this lethal? Yes, it is. Sweet. We did use a potion, but we got another one, so whatever. So rush down. We could use more card draw. We're not going to turn into a rush down deck, but it's still useful. I've only got the one Wrath Enter. Eruption. So Tranquility too, that's pickable. The only card that's not upgraded. Be weird to pick that one. Doesn't feel like you're going to Wrath Super. That is true. Rush down is like sort of, we're picking it and hoping to draw a Tantrum. Tantrum would be nuts immediately. If we got like a Tantrum and a Fasting, it would do so much damage. It's also a 0-cost card in a deck with a lot of card draw, so it makes sense just as a card to just play. We take a 4th Just Lucky. I think we're capped out for Just Luckies for now. Until we get a Fasting. And then I might take a 4th one. If you're going to Wrath one time after playing the power, it's worth it. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't take much for Rush Down to be good. In general, so there's a slight problem with that analysis. I think I might say the same analysis, Derpy Derpson. So I'm not criticizing you. I just want to point out there is a small hole in that analysis, which is that if you curry card draw for later, that's generally bad, right? You want to front load your card draw. You don't want card draw later. And drawing Rush Down and then drawing Eruption might not happen until the second shuffle. We're always playing Rush Down as soon as we see it, but there's a 50% chance we draw Eruption first, or slightly less than 50 because they can co-occur in the hand, but on the order of 50%, like 44% or something. And in that case, we have to draw 50 cards, potentially, before Rush Down pays off. And that payoff is just like we've drawn back to equal, so that can be a pretty significant delay. So Rushdown is not good currently, because we're generally not entering Wrath twice in a fight. It's mostly a speculative pick on later, like crescendos or tantrums. I think no on Just Lucky. Probably Rushdown's better than Skip. I think no on Conclude. We've only got one Act 2 Elite fight left. And Concludes kind of starts to fall off into Act 3. We also already have a Meditate that fights with it a little bit for the end turn trigger. So it's no on these two. Rushdown's better than Skip. So is Tranquility better than Rushdown? It might be. Tranquility Empty Mind is pretty good. Helps us exit Eruption. But we've only got the one Wrath enter, and we've got two exits. So taking another exit is not, like, super necessary. I think I'm going to grab the Rushdown. I think Tranquility is also better than Skip. But I think Rushdown's better than Tranquility. It says plus on it. Rushdown is super good, so I'm not super bothered by building around the speculative Tantrum. Tantrum's pretty much a snap pick, so I don't mind being a little bit weaker. Courier is terrible, so this is a Sapphire Key for sure. Courier does literally nothing, because we will never see gold again. I'm glad I didn't skip the what was it, the pair for a Sapphire Key? It was our option earlier. That would have seemed really stupid now. Forced to pick a Courier. Let's start with an Empty Mind. Okay. Talk to the Hand, Just Lucky, Double Defend blocks out. We can fit in the Meditate and the Bite as well. Might as well. Foresight's not particularly good next turn. We need to keep up with the damage so that we keep forcing the heals on Centurion. In fact, we're not forcing one here. Yeah, we're not. That's unfortunate. I'll take the Empty Mind back. Yikes. I guess Just Lucky, then Empty Mind, right? Okay. Maybe I didn't want the Rushdown. Could be a mistake. Looks like a big scrawl to me. Alright, so Eruption Consecrate does 10 AoE damage plus 9, so 19, and then Just Lucky finishes him off. Or we could just Eruption on Mystic, and then Consecrate Bite kills Centurion. Or actually, Consecrate Cut Through Fate is more efficient, it only does 24 damage. Yeah, that seems pretty perfect. We're already blocked out for double damage Mystic, right? No, actually. We'd have to block for 3 more, but Just Lucky does that, so yeah, we're blocked out. Okay. Oh, crap. I forgot about the hand size. It's the first time Rushdown has triggered in the run, so be gentle. I'll keep Wheel Kick for next turn. That seems great. We don't need Meditate. Or Empty Mind. Gosh, this deck is strong. That's just busted. That was some really good stuff. Hey, there's a Cut Through Fate. Been looking for Cut Through Fates really hard. It's up against Crescendo. Now that we have a Rushdown, Crescendo's quite a bit better. If it was a Crescendo Plus, I would consider it over a Cut Through Fate. The Cut Through Fate's so good. Gosh, this will be our second Cut Through Fate. We have 3 Just Luckies and a Foresight. We want that. We want that Weave so bad. Or Nirvana. Nirvana'd be busted here. The Cut Through Fate's huge. Liquid Memories versus Colorless Pot. I think Block Pot's the stronger of the two. Liquid Memories wins by a mile. Okay. Good thing we get an option to use our miracles here. Let's use the Just Lucky to set up for the scrawl. I don't think we're going to need block this turn. Maybe shouldn't have taken the bite either. Alright, so that will... I guess we should go into Eruption. That'll knock down the bird. I don't think I really want either of those. Just talk to the hand. Okay. And then just do a little small bit of damage to Chosen. Just start her off. Oh wow. Didn't see that coming. So we have to use a potion, probably the Liquid Memories, on like Cut Through Fate Plus, which would be lethal guaranteed. Yeah, seems fine. Either one. Oh, well, we needed the space anyway. Man, so many Just Luckies. This is the fifth one we've been offered, and it's good in the deck, but I don't think we want a fourth one. It's not quite that good. Crush Joint's another way to remove artifact charges, which is something we need, but I don't think we're quite ready for. And I've been saying that Tranquility is better than Skip, so now's my opportunity to prove it. Is it? It's primarily good with Empty Mind. Could set up for a rushdown play with Eruption if we're already in Wrath. It seems pretty unlikely. That's kind of a marginal choice. Yeah, maybe Tranquility is actually not better than Skip. Got 27 cards in the deck. We don't have infinite room here. We don't want to dilute the Talk to the Hands. I'm not really that worried about dilution, though. We have so much scrying. But the smaller the deck is, the better Sundial is. Yeah, I think Tranquility is not better than Skip. I think Tranquility Plus is, but not regular Tranquility. So I think we're skipping here. We're skipping Crush Joints, is that true? Yes. Yeah, I would take the weak version. I always forget what that one's called, but... I'm skipping here. Okay, extra elite seems like the plan. We're at full health, so very little downside there. Tiny slavers again. Okay. Let's see what Cut Through Fate can do. Wheel Kick seems good. Bite, Just Lucky seems like a good start. I think these are a little bit too low impact for starting next turn. Develop Rushdown because it's free. We're currently taking 5 damage. That seems fine. We have bites. Okay. Vigilance, Empty Mind costs 1 energy and blocks for 12. Draws 2 cards. Talk to the Hand Consecrate's always happening. Let's go ahead and do Vigilance, Empty Mind. Oh wait, we should play Just Lucky before that, so we should play the Talk to the Hand first as well. Defend Plus, is that necessary? I think that's helpful enough. Oh, it's actually not necessary. We've already blocked out. Oops. Yeah, and I'll take the Empty Mind back, I think. We need to upgrade this Empty Mind. It's getting a lot of play. Okay. Let's see. Eruption Bite would kill Slaver. And then we'll save Empty Mind for getting out of Wrath. Is that necessary? Maybe it's not. He's going to be hitting for 20. We'll generate 6 block return from that. We're playing 3 attacks. That's 10 block return. We'll generate at least 3 block return from the Taskmaster, so that's 13 block. I think it's pretty likely we block out. So I'll go ahead and draw now. We also get extra energy from Sundial. Ooh, we got a scrawl. Okay, wow. Oh, I forgot the extra draw from... God, this deck is nuts. I'll take a wheel kick. Might not even need scroll here. Seems like kind of a waste of time to draw scroll. Yeah, we should have lethal already. Jesus. We had 4 extra energy. There's no strikes in the deck. Empty Mind seems busted in the deck. Maybe we just take another Empty Mind. It seems like we're using it a lot. We kind of just need the 1 though, right? Because we were just using it with Meditate. Gosh. All of a sudden this deck feels so strong. High energy Watcher decks with scrying and drawing. Super good. Who would have thunk it? What's that? Everyone thought that? Oh, okay. Alright. Fair enough. Do we want an extra Empty Mind? Yes or no? Concludes also here. I think that's probably a no. Follow-up does cost 0. But if we wanted another 0-cost attack, we would have taken one of the plentiful Just Luckies that we've been offered. So no thank you. And Evaluate is a sort of block plan that we haven't really needed. Seems like the Talk to the Hand block plan is pretty good. We are going to need to find that artifact removal, though. The artifact stripping is going to be super important come Act 3, and we're getting pretty close to thinking about Act 3 here. But I'll take an Empty Mind. Alright, on to the question mark. It's a fight! Snecko's always had it out for us. Best case scenario here is we kill Snecko before he takes his turn. Probably not going to happen, though. Alright, definitely not going to happen. Can develop Rushdown, develop a Talk to the Hand, set up for next turn. Eruption seems good. We're going to be in Calm, so that'll be nice. I guess we could draw it now, but I don't really want to draw it now. Actually, how do we play this turn without drawing? I guess Bite, Meditate. Meditate on the Just Lucky. Okay. We're in Calm now, right? Yeah. So Empty Mind and Eruption seem good. Empty Mind for 0. That seems good. I want to play Just Lucky before Empty Mind, but I want to play Just Lucky after Eruption, but I want to play Eruption after Empty Mind, so I'm kind of stuck. Cyclic dependency detected. We are never going to draw an exit, so we either have to block for 22 or Empty Mind after Eruption. Unfortunately, I think we're going to block for 22 pretty easily. Okay. Let's Eruption, draw those 2 cards, see what they are. Thanks for the follow. Wear Tag. Appreciate the support. Welcome to the Vegetable Patch. I like the idea of Wear Tag. It's werewolves playing tag. Alright, Cut Through Fate. Give me that Talk to the Hand. Is Just Lucky good next turn? It is. Talk of the Hand is sure expensive. I think it's worth it. Okay. Your moves, Neko. Oh wait, I shouldn't take Just Luck. It's gonna have its cost randomized. It's not a good card if it has its cost randomized. Okay. Alright, a third Empty Mind. There's a Tranquility Plus. Okay, now we have 2 Empty Minds too. So we definitely need more Calm Enters. It's also up against Sash Whip, though, which is a card I keep talking about indirectly by forgetting its name. Sash Whip is the card that enters weak and strips artifact. So 3 pretty solid cards here. Empty Mind, Tranquility, Sash Whip. I think it's probably going to be the Sash Whip. Seems like a really important card. But maybe it's not. I mean, the best way to strip artifacts is Wave of the Hand, right? So maybe we wait for Act 3 to find our artifact stripping. Take a Tranquility now. Tranquility now is a little bit of a blank card, right? Because if we don't draw it with an Empty Mind, it doesn't do much. We can draw it with a Scrawl, though, and like having a 0-cost card to get out of the way with Scrawl is really nice. Much less one that's usually energy positive, like Tranquility. I think we have to take Tranquility, it's so good. Okay, it says plus. I like it. Here's a test of our artifact stripping. Oh wait, we don't have any. I don't think we need a bite next turn. Des X seems good. Cut Through Fate seems good as well. Okay, here's the Tranquility Scrawl turn I was talking about. Do we Cut Through Fate as well? We don't really need to draw a 10-card hand. 9 card is sufficient. If we Eruption Wheel Kick, can we kill Spirit Guardian this turn? Eruption does a 9. We'd probably do Eruption on Sentry, and then he'd be at 13, so Cut Through Fate would kill him. And then Wheel Kick would do 40, so we'd have 50 left. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be enough. But we can still... That's still a good turn, right? We can just Vigilance at the end of it. Rushdown's not good. We just went into Eruption, so... This is just 7 damage. We need that. I'll take a bite, though. Okay. It is lethal. Those bites are going to get 24 damage easy. Vault is in this card reward, which usually means Vault's getting picked. It's up against Crescendo, Meditate, and Bowling Bash. I'm not, like, against taking a second Meditate. Second Meditate usually is, like, if you're an Establishment deck, you can do that. We're not an Establishment deck, so probably not the right play. Crescendo's, like, kind of okay. If it was a Crescendo Plus, it'd be pretty good. You can do the combos with Scrawl and Rushdown and stuff, so... But I think it's going to be Vault. I've heard that card is good. We're at full health, so I guess we're spinning. Could take a recall, I guess, but why? I guess the reason why is we don't have Green Key yet, so our Act 3 pathing is going to be super constrained, and we might only have 2 fires, and we'd have to, like, recall Rest, is the reason to recall here. So we could, like, double Rest in Act 3. Seems pretty unlikely we're going to want to double Rest in Act 3. This deck feels extremely strong. I don't think we took any damage in Act 2. Or we took damage, but then we didn't end any fights health negative in Act 2. Maybe the floor 1-1 we did, because we didn't have bites yet, but... It's not particularly relevant. Okay, so upgrades on Deus Ex and Scrawl both give us 1 energy ever. It's true. The resting does seem extremely unlikely. Deus Ex, Scrawl, and Vault all give us 1 extra energy per fight. Meditate would give us a little bit of extra card draw, which is something the deck is extremely good at. Right, Empty Mind is repeatable card draw, which seems better. Yeah, Meditate and Empty Mind are both repeatable card draw, I suppose. Maybe it's Meditate. Now that we have 2 Empty Minds, Meditate is like very frequently going to be able to find an Empty Mind. So if we're able to like Meditate, Empty Mind, Wheel Kick or something, that's pretty good. Vault makes it a little bit easier to play. We're already a 5 energy deck. We might turn into a 6 energy deck in a second. So decosting Vault is not like a mega priority. Cut Through Fate draws a little bit harder. Man, not a lot of good choices here. Yeah, Scrawl, Deus Ex, and Vault are all approximately the same. I guess Deus Ex is probably the worst of those because sometimes we would end up shuffling 2 miracles instead of 1. I think of Deus Ex, Scrawl, and Vault, I'd probably like Vault the best because then we get to have like a more full turn before we Vault. But Vault and Scrawl are very similar. It's true. If we really think we're like way over indexed into collector or like over optimized for collector, we could wait for a better upgrade, take a recall now. There's not a lot of good choices here. I think Meditate and Empty Mind are the sort of top tier, and then the like Vault Scrawl is the second tier. It's true, Vault and Scrawl aren't quite the same. Yeah, maybe Scrawl is a little better. Because if we decost Scrawl, maybe we can like draw into Vault. It seems like Recall is probably the pick, unfortunately. We just don't... There's nothing really good here. What do we want to add to the deck and then upgrade? There's already a 30-card deck. I don't think we're adding too much else. I guess if we save an upgrade, we could get an extra Talk to the Hand or like Wave of the Hand. Yeah, there's some really important upgrades we could be getting, so let's just Recall. I think we'll be fine in this fight. Okay. Yeah, fasting. Sure. Well, this turn's kind of a dud. Do we just Vault? Eruption, Consecrate, Vault? It makes sense to Vault before she curses, right? We probably want to kill her on or before turn 4. So Vault gives us an extra 5 cards with which to do that. Yeah, I think I am going to do that. Hey, Sherwins. Happy Monday. Well, really slow start to the fight. Yeah, these are the cards we want. Alright. Wait, is it Monday? Oh, it is. Yeah. I like didn't believe you until I was like, yes, I played D&D yesterday. It must be Monday. This seems fine. All right, let's Empty Mind, see what we can get. Yeah, I play D&D on Sundays. Tuesday is by far your least favorite. I feel like Tuesday and Wednesday are difficult to justify as like either most or least favorite. It's like they're just kind of to the middle of the week. I want to hear your Tuesday justification. We want to get Talk to the Hand on Collector for sure. We don't have a Wrath Enter, although we could draw one. We could scroll into a Wrath Enter. No we can't. Not unless we're shuffling this turn. And I don't think we're shuffling this turn. Alright, let's just start, let's see what we have available here. The other Talk to the Hand, you don't say. I think we're just saving the scroll. I'll take a rush down. We've already blocked out, so we can just keep slamming damage them to Collector. Empty Mind will be good next turn. We'll be in Calm, so... keep our powder dry here a little bit. Big attacks. Wow, that's a lot of damage. 53 damage. We're gonna have trouble blocking for that much. Worst Tuesday, second worst Monday, third worst Wednesday. Interesting. That's fair. Yeah, I could see Wednesday being the furthest from the weekend, but isn't really like time only goes forward. So I think Monday is just the furthest from the weekend, right? Like it doesn't really make sense to think about how far backwards away you are from the weekend. You can't go backwards. I think we'll Tranquility Empty Mind. No, it's not clear that we have a use for the energy. And if we needed the energy, we have Miracles, so I think I'm just going to Empty Mind. Okay, we are going to have a use for the energy. Let's Just Lucky to scry a little bit so that we know what we're getting with Wheel Kick. I don't think we want either of these. And let's try and kill this Torch Head. Nope, that's not happening. I guess we're just like quad defending then. Maybe block bot too. Let's see, how much does quad defend block for? 15 plus 9 is 24, plus 8 is 32. Yeah, certainly that would be block bot as well. Okay. That is a good point. Bites on Collector do block for more than defend. So we get like 2 extra health from that. Oh wait. 6 extra health. So this means we take like 3 damage, which is enough to proc our Centennial Puzzle. This is the big debuff turn. I think 1 bite is enough. We've got that in hand already. Alright. Eruption draws a couple of cards since we've got Rushdown. We've got 3, 6, 9 cards in hand, so we can do that without losing any draws. Alright. Now we've got a bunch of energy with which to do silly things. Yeah, we could have Tranquility first. That's a reasonable call. We could kill a Torch Head pretty efficiently. I think I like having one of them be dead. I'll take it Just Lucky. We have a Scrawl in hand, so having 0 cost cards seems good. And I think the rest of the damage is going into Collector. Ooh, there's a Wheel Kick. Oh my gosh, we are going to need the energy. No, wait, we need to Cut Through Fate to draw the Wheel Kick. We don't need those. Oh wait, let's scry first before we wheel kick. We could erupt again. Actually, erupt again is super good because we have ways of entering calm. Two empty minds, a tranquility, a vigilance, and an eruption. Suddenly we do lots of stance changing. And a scroll. That's right, we already shuffled once this turn, didn't we? Maybe this is a rushdown combo deck. Watcher is so crazy. Hey, Guitar. Folks and non-folks. Who are the non-folks? I'm pretty sure even if you don't... Oh, I see, the bots. I was going to take that in like a gender identification place, but I see where you're getting at now. Should have entered Wrath before we played this Just Lucky. That's a mistake. I don't think we want these. Yeah. You're too late, Sir Artemal. I already did it. Cut Through Fate does damage. Looks like we're running out of gas here, though. Just Lucky is free. I'll take a bite for next turn. Okay. Your classic block for 94, do 200 damage turn. We wanted to kill this turn, though, which didn't pull that off. She is not attacking. Looks like we probably want to kill the Torch Head. We're in Wrath mode. Maybe we get rid of the bite, too, to try and find Wheel Kick. Good do. We're weak now. I don't know if we're going to be able to do 70 damage this turn. I'll keep the bite. Cut Through Fate and Just Lucky should be able to find Wheel Kick, so maybe we do get lethal. Yep, there's Wheel Kick. Wheel Kick Consecrate here, too. Okay. Yeah, we did do 200 the previous turn, but we got a lot of stuff going on the previous turn. Master Reality helps the Deus Ex Machina. I was really hoping to see a Deva form here. I guess Deus Ex Machina is Deva form at home. Kind of works. Contraband is kind of fine. I think it's Deus Ex Machina, though. We're, like, super energy hungry. This deck draws so many cards. 2 Empty Minds, Wheel Kick, 2 Cut Through Fates, Just Luckies, Rushdown, for God's sakes. I know I'm a 6 energy deck, but I want more. I want to be a 10 energy deck. I'll take whatever you can get. We also have Sundial. So maybe we should be thinking about cards that don't add a card to the deck. Yeah, every card we've taken has been not only not adding a card to the deck, but also drawing in Act 2 every single card, because Bite was right at the beginning, and then we did Empty Minds, which draw, Foresight, which doesn't add a card to the deck, Rushdown, which doesn't add a card to the deck, Tranquility, which exhausts, doesn't add a card to the deck, Cut Through Fate draws, Vault Exhaust. Every single one of these did not increase the deck size, or drew, which is functionally not increasing the deck size. Yeah, I think we take Deus Ex. It's not amazing, because like if we scroll into Deus Ex, we do overdraw, but it's not a disaster. Okay, our only energy option is Sozu, which is kind of fine because we have a fairy in a bottle. We want to hold that till Act 4 anyway. It's not like we're going to be buying potions at a shop, so... The other option is Sacred Bark, if we want to go completely the other direction on potions. And there's a tiny house here, which is better than Skip. How does Bark interact with Fairy in a Bottle? The good way. You get 60% of your health instead of 30. I guess the best way would be you get to block healing, or block dying twice, which would be insane. But it's still, they do interact. There are potions that don't interact with Sacred Bark. But Fairy in a Bottle is not one of them. Yeah, I think this is a pretty obvious Sozu. 60% health is pretty good. We only have 54 health. It's pretty low health Watcher, so I don't think an extra 30% of 50 health is really gonna like turn the screws on the heart. I think the main thing we're looking for with Sacred Bark is like somehow we end up with like a flex pot and an artifact pot against the heart. And then we like block vulnerable and get 10 permanent strength. Or speed pot. It's hard to set that up though. Sacred Bark Healing Flower is 100% heal, isn't it? You don't need 20 Ornithopter. Because Healing Flower is double healing, right? What is that thing called? I mean, it's Ironclad only, but it's 90%? Wow. What's the name of that relic? Magic Flower. Oh, it's 50% extra effective, I see. Yeah, so it would be 90%. But we're not playing Ironclad, so we can't find Magic Flower. Alright. Come on, Sozu. We're going to Act 4. Get in the car. Awakened One. We basically have no powers. We've just got, like, Rush Down. That's it. I guess we have Foresight as well. But we can easily skip Foresight. We want to dodge shops, and we have to go this way. So we actually don't get a choice. We get forced into a shop later. Boo. And we only get one elite. Boo. This is why you do your green key in Act 1 or 2. Alright, well, no choices, so let's just start it up. I guess Empty Mind to draw. This time I'll just Lucky before I Empty Mind. Trying to get that Talk to the Hand. I'll scroll for 5 cards. This probably gets to Talk to the Hand. Or 2. I guess the most damage is Cut Through Fate, so I'll do that. This seems like great for next turn. Do we end with Meditate or Bite? I think Meditate on the Empty Mind. Oh wait, maybe Meditate on Cut Through Fate, because we have Eruption coming up. Yeah, let's do that. And then kill him next turn. So much power. We should try and set up Sundial in future fights. We're obviously not doing it right now. Mental Fortress and Empty Body are kind of weak. But they would do some stance changey stuff. This is like the 6th halt that's been offered to us. Halt's theoretically pretty good. We've got a lot of card draw. Blocking for 12. Pretty nice. I think I'll skip it though. Alright, see you around, Sir Animal. Shapes. Okay. Shapes shouldn't be too bad. Let's start with Tranquility Empty Mind. We've got a Scrawl in hand. We'll take all the energy we can get. Go ahead and develop Talk, and then Scrawl. Seems like we can generate a lot of block with just Luckies on a Talk to the Hand target. I guess I'll cut through Fate to look for the other Talk to the Hand first. There it is. Am I taking the wrong route here? I feel like I'm using up my my block. If you generate a card but your hand is full, does it just disappear, exhaust, or does it go into the discard pile? It goes into the discard pile. We've had that happen a couple of times this run with, what's that card called? Scrawl into Deus Ex Machina. Which, unfortunately, Scrawl draws the full hand, and then Deus Ex Machina triggers. And generates your miracles. Yeah. I want to draw Wheel Kick. Give me Wheel Kick. Oh. Well, now I can't afford Eruption, Wheel Kick, Meditate. Can I just end in Wrath? They would hit me for 40. Seems like no. I guess I can just Wheel Kick a Spiker and then double Just Lucky to kill Repulsor. Yeah, that seems okay. Vigilance should help us punch a Spiker next turn. We've got plenty of bites coming up. Consecrate's minus 14 health. We've only got 5 extra. We need to defend too. They shouldn't be attacking, yeah. Okay. Just Lucky seems like kind of a small potatoes attack to use against the Spiker. Cut Through Fate kills him. Potentially gets more block. I guess we have to take a defend. Okay. Vault is good. That skips him buffing. Empty Mind could draw us Eruption. Oh no, it can't. So I guess we're stuck trying to Wheel Kick him. Three, 6, 9, 10 card hand, so we have to Miracle before we Empty Mind. Vigilance Defend almost blocks 2 attacks. I think we're just going to pretend that it does block 2 attacks and take 1. I guess Bite heals, so this is net no health change. We need the block more than we need the attack. Defend Wheel Kick takes 1 damage, but gets us closer to winning. Darn. We can take 9, 8 net damage. We probably can just bite back to full health in the next fight. This is kind of a dangerous fight, but I think we should be okay to block for 11. He's at 4, so we just need to bite him next turn. Vigilance and defend. Should be okay. Yeah, double defend bite works by itself, so triple defend bite works even better. Okay, cool. Full health after spikers, can be a challenge for the run. Hey, congratulations, Guitar. I didn't know you were streaming. I haven't stepped by. What do you play? Probably Sash Whip. Ooh, Celeste, 100%. I like Slay the Spire. I'd be happy to send some viewers over to you if I see you online. Obviously that goes for anybody who's a member of the community. We're all friends, so... Yeah, Celeste is super fun. I've never gotten past, like, the first world of Celeste, so I haven't played a ton of it. I'm not a big platformer player. But I've picked up a couple of strawberries. Yeah, I do eventually want to expand my game catalog, right? Because like the whole point is that I'm trying to promote my game, Rogue Executive, or currently Rogue Executive. Eventually, I'll be making more games too, right? It's a multi-year enterprise, you know, I can't really build a multi-game audience if I'm only playing Slay the Spire. So eventually, we're gonna expand, but we'll have to see what game comes along that's worthy of expanding into. I think we do take a Sash Whip now. I think we've waited long enough to find our wave of the hand. We have to assume we're not getting it now. We need Artifact Stripping, so we have to take Sash Whip, I think. Do we need Artifact Stripping? It seems like we've actually gotten by okay in the fights where we can't play Talk to the Hand. We've gotten through Spikers, we've gotten through Baseballs. The thing about Celeste is it tells you early on that the strawberries are optional. And then when I got to the end of the game, all my friends made fun of me for not getting the strawberries. Interesting. All the in-game characters, yeah. I mean, they have to give you a bad ending, right? If you don't get the perfect outcome. Although it seems like Celeste is a game where just like every ending could be a good ending. It's just like there's a slightly better good ending. Doesn't seem like a game where people should be making fun of you for not getting strawberries. But maybe I haven't read the theme correctly. I mean, single-player games should almost never make fun of the player, right? I guess Slay the Spire does. I need a new map. Yeah, I was always making fun of you. You were so kind, thank you. Oh. I'm gonna mute myself really quick while I eat an omelet that my wife lovingly prepared. The we can block out here with Double Bite, so like Empty Mind Double Bite has no risk, but Vault has a higher payoff because we could find the other Talk to the Hand, and we got like 6 energy, and he doesn't get his strength back when you Vault. So we could Vault now. I don't know, I'm kind of torn, because like Vault is really good later too, when he's hitting for more. I think I'll save the Vault. Thanks for the support, All the News. Welcome to the Vegetable Patch. Thanks for the follow. That was a mistake. I should have played the Tranquility, because I knew he was proccing Centennial Puzzle, so I knew I was going to overdraw. We overdraw even worse because we drew the Deus Ex, but... We've got Sundial set up for next fight, so we should just stop now. We did redraw that Vault. We saved it all the way to the last turn, and then didn't use it. We could probably shuffle again if we wanted to, but Sundial setup is good. Full health as well. How much artifact stripping do we need? Is Sash Whip enough? So the fights with the most important artifact stripping are Donudeka and Spire Elites, right? We don't see Donudeka on the map, so there's a 50-50 chance we skip it. And Talk to the Hand is never great in Donudeka anyway. Yeah, I don't think Crush Giants is good enough. Yum. I think this hand is good enough. I'm not, like, crazy about it, but I think it's good enough. Don't need those. I'll try another cut through it, sure. Helps me use my energy, of which I have excessive amounts. We're gonna scrawl. And I like drawing a bite with scrawl. Might as well use the bite first, too. I was looking for Eruption and didn't find it. Let's look for it. There it is. That was easy. Not gonna need more card draw this turn. I think we've got enough. We have enough bites, too. Need to set up Sundial again for next fight, so hopefully we can shuffle 2 more times. Not really sure that's possible. Wheel kick helps get there. Classic no skill block for 120 turn. I guess we did play this Scrawl, but that's technically a skill. We could Miracle the Meditate to take a Cut Through Fate back. Seems like it gets through the deck. He hits for 4. Poor Maw. What did he do to deserve this? Actually, I'll take both of those. Looks like we are going to shuffle this turn. Yeah, we're like totally immune to Frail with this deck. I guess the Just Luckies do block technically for slightly less with Frail, but like, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at all. This Cut Through Fate is guaranteed to get Eruption, which shuffles. Okay, so now we have to kill him before we shuffle again. We reach through Eruption. Okay. That does a lot of damage. We got there. Okay. I like how at the end of a fight, every single little reward bit makes a relic flash. So the gold makes Ectoplasm flash, the potion makes Sozu flash, and the card reward makes a question card flash. Pew, pew, pew. Stuff's happening. I wish that Flurry of Blows was a Weave. Weave would be good. Third Cut Through Fate with a 6 energy deck with 2 Deus Ex Machinas and a Collect. And a Scrawl. Seems okay. See you, Guitar. I think 3 is probably my limit for Cut Through Fates, but this is the 3rd one, so let's go for it. Alright, we've already done our recall and we're at full health, so I guess we're smithing. Tough smith decisions. Really tough stuff. We've talked about these a bunch. They're sort of grouped into categories. Vault, Scrawl, and both Deus Ex Machinas are a little bit of extra energy. Probably Scrawl is edging out the others, because we can, like, scrawl into anything, whereas, like, Vault might be in a hand where we don't have enough stuff to spend all our energy. Scrawl never has that problem. Also, Deus Ex Machina, generating an extra card is somewhat problematic in the presence of Scrawl. We end up shuffling that extra miracle sometimes. Meditate and the Empty Minds are in the card draw group. Empty Minds draw cards from the draw pile. Meditate draws a card from the discard pile. It seems like of that group, I would say Empty Mind gets the nod. It's more important that we combo forward, so that we can get the Talk to the Hands early developed at the beginning of the fight, than it is that we, like, combo backwards and try and, like, meditate back an Empty Mind to, like, keep the combo going. Because the combo kind of keeps itself going. You don't really need help with the recurrence that meditate gives. So those are sort of the top groups. Collect is new. Collect gets an extra proc. We don't really need that. We've actually been investing into Collect a little bit. The past couple of fights we've collected for like 2. It actually, like, does some pretty decent work. But we definitely don't need it for even longer than it already lasts. It lasts plenty long. It is always nice to collect for 0, but this is a 6 energy deck, so in practical terms, we're often collecting for more than 0. The remaining cards are Foresight and Cut Through Fate, which are also slightly card draw. I would say they're less effective than the Empty Mind Meditate group, so I won't consider them. So really, it is Empty Mind versus Scrawl. Because we've grouped everything up, figured out what's best in the group, and so we only have to compare those two. Tough choice. Empty Mind is repeatable, Scrawl is not. The Scrawl turn is generally the most energy constrained turn in the fight, because we, like, play a bunch of cards and then draw a full hand, and then we want to play a bunch more cards. And generally we don't really have enough energy to pull that off, even with 6 energy. I think I'm going to go for an Empty Mind this time. I'm going to do... if I was offered many upgrades here, I would do Empty Mind first, and then I would do Scrawl, and then I think I'd probably do the other Empty Mind. The reason for that being, once we have one Empty Mind upgraded, then Meditate has a good target in that Empty Mind. So getting both upgraded is less valuable than getting the first one upgraded. Alright. Nemesis. Dang, Strength Nemesis multi-attacking turn 1 is pretty gross. We are not ready for that. I guess Foresight's actually pretty good. He can't multi-attack twice in a row, but he could 45 us next turn. I guess I want to draw both Talk to the Hands before I start playing Foresight. Get some pretty decent block. Collect for 3. All right. We've got... Oh, he is multi-attacking again. I didn't think he could do that. I guess he can't He can't 45 us twice in a row. But honestly, this is 36. It's almost as much as 45. Weak is pretty effective here. I think we want to start with Wheel Kick so that we can draw the other Talk to the Hand. We have 3, 6, 9, 10 cards in hand, so we have to spend one first. I'll use a small Miracle. Damn it. I'll go ahead and Sash Whip because we're always doing that this turn. Oops, I should have, no, I should have cut through Faded first to look for the, Talk to the Hand. I'm gonna Just Lucky before this cut through Faded. I was trying to save the Just Lucky for after the Talk to the Hand, but I need to find the Talk to the Hand before I start prioritizing that. There it is. Bite is good next turn. Alright, we've blocked out. We're generating a Miracle, so we should limit how many cards we're holding on to. Meditate would get back a Wheel Kick, probably. Okay. We either want to shuffle 3 times or 0 times. I don't think we can pull off 0. I don't think we're going to have lethal this turn, for example. Although we might. We have a lot of energy in a scroll. But that's probably going to involve shuffling, right? If we play all the damage, we Eruption first, that's 9. This is 40. There are just 2 bites, so these are can hit for 16 each, that's 32. 32 plus 49 is 81. 81 plus 18 is close, 99. Only off by 25. I think we do want to kill him this turn, though. So we'll just accept the shuffle. And draw 1 million cards. This is absurd. We have 13 energy. Oh look, we get to draw extra. We're back to 13 energy, thanks Sash Whip. We do want to do a bunch of bites, because we took some damage last turn. So let's focus on that. And then try and draw some more bites. Do you have bites? Yes. I guess this is the end of the fight. If I scroll first... No, I can't shuffle. I can't draw 15 cards. That's impossible. Are you implying that Champ is going to be our Act 3 boss fight? I'm confused. Oh, Act 4 Elite, the sword and the shield. I get it. I think so. I mean, we're very strong, right? So we just, like, we try to assassinate one of them on turn 1, I think is the plan. There's an extra way to use campsites. Ooh, a bonus scroll. Gosh. Seems like Scrawl is really pulling some weight in the deck. I think I want 2. It's kind of awkward to have 2 Scrawls and 2 Deus Ex Machinas in a deck, but I guess it all comes out in the wash, right? So, like, if the first Scrawl generates a miracle in the discard pile, maybe the second Scrawl draws it, and it's like, great, it's an extra energy. Let's play my 10-card hand. Yeah, this is, like, an easy pickup. I'm a little bit more worried about Time Lord than I am about the Act 4 Elite fight. Yeah, I guess the sword and the shield is a more accurate way to represent the Act 4 Elite fight, but the skull is so, or the helmet is so cute. I don't feel like you can skip that one. Concentrate is an easy pick here. We don't even want Concentrate anymore. It's just taking up space. Scrawl is amazing. We just picked that. Rushdown, super good. Buy Concentrate. Actually, that Rushdown hasn't really paid off, has it? Maybe I should have considered that more. Boo. Boo. Forced shop with 0 energy. Look at all this cool stuff we could have had. There's an extra rush down here. Mummified hand. Apotheosis. Boo. 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 Alright, we're done. Alright. Yikes. Let's see if we can kill him before he attacks us. Let's start with Cut Through Fate instead of Empty Mind. Wait, Empty Mind could draw Eruption. Ooh, it did. Makes me feel so smart when I call things out and then they happen. I'm like, yeah, that did happen. Seems like a great draw for next turn. And then we will vault and make next turn into now. It's like magic. Let's see. I was just planning on killing one of them. But maybe with Wheel Kick we can kill 2. 40 damage would leave him at 13. Seems likely that we can kill 2. Taka just lucky kills the middle one. We have plenty of card draw, so I think I'll take a Des Ex. We have some card draw, I guess I should say. Okay. New turn. Cut Bite kills. Talk to the hand on the back guy. We could, like, bite Tranquility Scrawl here if we wanted to shuffle. Or, like, just lucky. Does that shuffle? 3, 6, 8 cards in hand, so we'd be playing 3 of them. We'd draw 5. It would shuffle. Not sure what the point of that is, though. I'm pretty happy to just draw these next turn. So I'll just bite, meditate. And take the Eruption back. Maybe I should have taken the Wheel Kick back. Oh well. I think we're getting lethal here, so not too worried about it. I'll take Tranquility for extra energy, why not? Okay. Nope, these are terrible. Swivel, why aren't you a weave? Call me back when you're a weave. Empty Body, we don't really need stance exits super badly. We've got a pretty good balance there with all the empty minds. We don't really need extra scrying unless we get a Nirvana or a weave. And Flying Sleeves seems completely superfluous. Although we do have get some value out of Establishment, so we could theoretically pick Flying Sleeves around a hypothetical establishment. Seems stupid and unnecessary. Okay, another Spiker. That's a big threat. We can probably kill Exploder this turn and use Vigilance to block Spiker. This is for 27. Talk about horror video games. So, like, okay, for me, there are sort of 2 types of horror, right? There's sympathetic horror. And when I say sympathetic, I'm talking about your sympathetic nervous system. That's your fight or flight thing. So that's jump scares and stuff jumping at the camera and, like, having no ammunition and being in the dark. And, like, running from things that are behind you. and like having the screen like flash red when you get hurt. And there's sort of cerebral horror games, which is like you could even have like a Twine game, which is like a text game. You can have like a Twine horror game. Actually, the narrative designer who I worked with for Rogue Executive does a lot of Twine horror games, where it's like you sort of have like a slow creeping sensation that like something is not right, and like you're in danger, but it's not like direct and physical. It's like you're being moved into a checkmate by forces you can't understand, or like it's sort of an inheritor of the. I always forget the name of the guy who made Cthulhu. Lovecraftian horror gets grouped in there a lot with cerebral horror, and that's hard to do in a video game. Video games are all about like the sort of agency they give the player to interact in the world. So like that's why so many video games are about like power fantasies, because like the magic of a video game is you press a button and something happens, right? You've been given a power that you don't have in your everyday life, right? Like I can't like fire an RPG at a tank in real life. I can't fly in real life. And that's what video games are all about, which is why they sort of like naturally have a power progression in a lot of them. And that really fights with cerebral horror games, because cerebral horror games are supposed to make you feel powerless, right? To some extent. But it can be done. I'm not like a huge fan of horror, so like probably not like the perfect person to ask. Particularly like jump scare horror. I can't fire an RPG to tank in real life. Yeah, I mean, theoretically you can, but like practically that will never happen for me. I'm just like not really. It takes a lot of work to fire an RPG at a tank in real life, and like probably you're in danger when you do that. I don't want to be in danger. I like being safe. So, yeah, I hope that's enough. I don't know. I've never made a horror game, so there's probably lots of stuff that I don't know, which is kind of exciting. But yeah, that's all I really think about that. All right, I think we're willing to put all of our attacks into Exploder, which kills them, and then we're always able to Vigilance to defend. It's possible Cut Through Fate finds something good. Vault's pretty good. I think I'll just save Vault for next turn. We want to use Vault to prevent Spiker from buffing himself too much. But we have Bronze Scales now. That's actually a new victory condition for Spiker. As long as we can block for like 10 every turn, we'll never get hurt by Spiker. Blocking for 10 every turn is not super trivial, but alright, let's start getting rid of these repulsors. If we have Wheel Kick, we probably don't need Scroll. Do we save the repulsors to have a little bit of extra extra health to talk to the hand and get block on, or do we just hit them with bites and stuff? Bites and Just Lucky? I think for this one I'll just hit him. Maybe this one I'll try and save a little bit. We have to kill them too, so it's not like a huge deal. Rushdown's free. We have a Wheel Kick, so we probably have enough card draw that we want a Tranquility before Empty Bind. We can take 2 damage to bite. That seems fine. And then we can just bite the other guy. I'll upgrade at least one of the miracles to a miracle plus. Do I want to do both? Actually, no. I want to develop foresight, so I'll collect for 1 and then miracle foresight. They are attacking this turn, which is good. Oh, there's no drop pile. I was like, where's my Scry UI? Alright, total damage this turn is 19. So we can block that. And bite him, I guess. Let's leave wheel click for next turn. I feel kind of naked without any cards retained. It seems like I've been retaining cards almost every turn. We want to block and wheel kick. I guess he's almost dead. Yeah. That'll do it. Set up Sundial as well. Second Sash Whip. It might not be Wave of the Hand, but weak is definitely better than vulnerable. It's really only good if we encounter Donudeka, right? Are we afraid of Donudeka? I guess it's good against Spire Elites, too. Ironically, Vulnerable became quite a bit better once we got Gira. We're probably going to use Gira at the last campsite. I guess Vajra would have made it even better, because then we wouldn't have to waste the stupid campsite. I think probably no on Sash Whip. I don't think we need 2 of them. Even 1, I don't know if it was really necessary. I don't think the artifact strip is super critical. Mostly we just, like, draw a bunch of cards and have a bunch of energy. It's not really, like, specifically talk to the hand that helps us. It's, like, just playing a bunch of cards that helps. I don't really want more junk. Okay, Maw 2.0. This is fine for next turn. I'll just vault and make next turn now. I'll Tranquility as well in case we draw... Oh, we know we're drawing Deus Ex Machina, right? I guess that doesn't matter because we were only retaining 2. Those are bad next turn. I'll draw a Cut Through Fate, sure. And then I'll just casually draw 10 cards. Cut Through Fate gets one of these. Probably Meditate. We could just shuffle, I guess. We'll get extra energy now. I guess I'll take the Empty Mind since we're getting extra energy this turn. We don't really need the Vigilance. It's just kind of a waste. I guess it's free, right? But I don't want to redraw it, so I won't play it. See if we can get back into Wrath. Oh, we can. We have Rushdown, so that's actually going to draw some cards. 3, 6, 9, so that's safe. Okay. Oop, I clicked on OBS. That's kind of terrifying, because my end stream button is, like, right near where I just clicked on accident. Develop some weak for next turn. Alright, we need to shuffle again. Or shuffle 2 more times, ideally. Looks like we're going to pull that off. Empty Mind Eruption almost shuffles now, which is kind of crazy. Actually, it does with a Cut Through Fate. Wow. This deck draws super fast. Meditated Wheel Kick for guaranteed lethal after we set up the sundial. Seems good. Oh, I guess it's not guaranteed because we're not in Wrath anymore. I guess if we got rid of both, we can do it again. Okay, this is lethal. All right. On we go. Rag Plus. We've got a lot of energy. I don't know if we have that much energy. It seems like we're using all of our energy for doing stuff. Ragnarok is extremely card dense. So Ragnarok is like definitely a take if we think we're fighting Time Lord. And we're pretty afraid of Time Lord. Also, Ragnarok just like attacks 2 times per energy, right? So even if you don't care about the damage, it blocks for 60, so with two Talk to the Hand pluses. Actually, it blocks for 36. It doesn't block for 60. Not unless you have 4 Talk to the Hands. Hard to justify skipping it. I think the only justification would be it's just too chunky. And also, I don't want to draw Ragnarok before I draw Talk to the Hand, right? It's a 33 card deck. It's kind of a thick one. People always talk about how valuable like card removes are. We even got a little bit of that early in this stream. Sir Artemal was pushing for Empty Cage instead of Philosopher's Stone. And while having a thin deck is really good, you actually get punished for it pretty hard in Act 4. So the Heart generates 5 statuses, and it's always possible that you draw all 5 of them on turn 2, because he generates them in your deck right before you draw. So there's no way to make it impossible. But if you have a 40 card deck, it's really unlikely that you draw 5 statuses. So while having a 40 card deck makes your deck inconsistent and it makes it hard to do infinite loops, it's actually pretty good. So like if you had an option to have like a version of this deck that's like 7 cards where it's like you've got a Talk to the Hand and a Rushdown and an Eruption and a Wheel Kick, right? And like a Deva Form or whatever. Or you have a deck that's 40 cards where it's like 3 copies of each of those cards. In Act 4, you generally want the 40 card version, assuming that that doesn't like break it, right? Which it would, because the 7 card deck I was describing would be a Rushdown combo deck, but if you assume for the minute that somehow it's not a Rushdown combo deck, then you want more cards for Act 4, even though it makes you like less consistent, right? So like if I had 5 times as many cards, if I had 150 cards, if you just took all these cards and added 5 copies of them, then there's a possibility that you draw 5 Meditates, right? And then you're like, oh no, that's terrible. It's really bad to draw 5 Meditates. And so you sort of like add a new failure mode. But diluting the the density of statuses in Act 4, like way overweighs the likelihood of that failure mode in particular. As long as you only care about the densities of cards in your deck, or the relative densities of cards in your deck, and you don't care about having a specific copy of something, and you want more cards. So I was thinking about how Ragnarok dilutes the density of Talk to the Hands in the deck, but it's a good card, and I think I should probably take it. Okay, there it is, Ragnarok. Why did you say 18? I guess if we only have one Talk to the Hand? Yeah. Ragnarok's definitely good. Let's do a wheel kick here. Well, shoot. Now Talk to the Hand is up against Ragnarok. I guess it's Talk to the Hand, Empty Mind, and then, like, Meditate. Let's Empty Mind first, see what we get. Yeah, Meditate back in Empty Mind seems good. Let's start with that. We don't have Rushdown, so this doesn't draw. We probably do want to play that still. Before the attacks to do more damage. I don't really want to draw Deus Ex Machina with Scrawl. I guess I'll draw it now, huh? That's probably the line. I could try and draw 10 cards now and play all 3 of these. I think that's the right line. Oh wait, that guarantees we draw Deus Ex. I guess that's happening no matter what. Okay. Oh, that's weird. We caused a shuffle. Wait, why did it generate in my hand this time? That is really weird. Apparently there's a different interaction between Scrawl and Deus Ex Machina if Deus Ex Machina is the last card in the deck. What? That's a bug. There's no way that's intended. That's very strange. I guess that works out for me, because now I don't have a Miracle in the discard. But super odd behavior. I don't really need Vault. We've already blocked out enough. I'll take Wheel Kick over Cut Through Fate. I guess we could just take Ragnarok here. But it's only doing 36 damage, so... meh. That's what we're looking for. We want to either shuffle... oh, we want to shuffle like 2 more times if we can. Not sure if we're going to pull that off. 3, 6, 9 cards. This is safe. Another Scrawl. Guess this shuffles once. Gets us on our way. I don't know if we can shuffle next turn and only do 32 damage, but we can try. We want to get rid of all these, right? I guess we'll keep Cut Through Fate because it draws more than 1 card. Looks like we are going to get through it. Wow. That's insane. This deck is nuts. This is so silly. I just need to shuffle twice. No problem. Fourth Just Lucky and fourth Cut Through Fate available. I talked about fourth Just Lucky being locked behind a fasting, but that was quite a while ago. That was before, like, we picked up, like, Rushdown and, like, the second Scrawl, the third Cut Through Fate, second Empty Mind. So I'm not sure that's true anymore. I am fairly happy with the number of Just Luckies we have. I'm not, like, super thirsty for a fourth one, but they've been really good. Just Lucky obviously is a little bit concerning against Time Lord, not super efficient. I would rather see like a Weave or a Nirvana than another Scrying card. We've got so many Scrying cards, and we're being offered 3 more. I think I would prefer a Just Lucky over a Cut Through Fate, though. And it seems like I should take one of them. We get a collector bonus either way. Maybe we don't need either of them. It seems like we're kind of maxed out on Cut Through Fates. We've got an awful lot of them. But I also just like don't want to draw a full hand of Just Luckies. Although a full hand of Just Luckies, if we have both Talk to the Hands down, is actually like a ton of block. 9 block per Just Lucky. Gosh. I think I will take another Just Lucky. Maybe this is crazy. Lift or Smith? Smith would be Scrawl, as I said earlier. Nothing's changed since then. I think it's Lift. We have 4 Just Luckies to buff here. And Ragnarok now. Alright, into the end game. Do we play Rushdown this turn? Could just be Talk to the Hand, Double Bite, Collect. If we play Rushdown, we lose 3 extra health. I don't think we're really too worried about health. We've got bites. As long as we win the fight, I think we're okay. Collect for 3 on turn 1 is not a good sign, though. Puts us in a little bit of trouble. Probably going to vault this turn. So it doesn't matter who we put the damage on. So let's start killing cultists, shall we? We've got plenty of card draw, so let's clear out room with that. I guess I'd prefer to draw with Cut Through Fate so we can get Eruption online and have this hit for 42. So we want to do 9 damage to him. I guess that means Cut Through Fate plus. Alright. Oh, there's the Eruption. Okay, great. Don't need Scrawl this turn. Tranquility Empty Mind is energy positive. I was planning on vaulting now, and now I have an extra option. I guess Tranquility is my only way out of Wrath, and I'd rather... Or it's the only way out of Wrath that I'll have next turn. So I'd rather Vault now, play a bunch of attacks, and then Tranquility. So let's do that. Oh wait, we should play Just Lucky before we Vault. Duh. Okay. Dizx, Talk to the Hand seems great. Oh wait, no, we don't want to Talk to the Hand. The second Talk to the Hand's for the second cycle. We need to always have a Talk to the Hand down on a Wicked one. But the Dizx is fine. Okay. This says 20, he has 20 health. That seems too good to ignore. Yeah. Actually, we're probably skipping Foresight, so we've got an extra energy. I'll take a bite. Okay. Man, there's a lot of miracles in my hand. I guess this is like a miracle watcher. It's kind of a weird feeling. Miracle is a Hearthstone and Magic deck archetype name, and it actually describes what's happening here perfectly. Because it's like, Miracle decks, like, at the beginning of the combo, you don't have all the pieces, but then, like, by comboing, you, like, draw a bunch of cards, and then you assemble the whole combo, and then you finish the game. And that's very much the feeling here. So let's set up... I'll draw another Cut to Fate, sure. Got a million energy, so might as well. We're gonna draw one of these, and I think it's the Bite. Maybe we just draw none of them? Yeah, we kind of want like a scrawl this turn, so I'll just look for it. Oh, we got one. Wow. Jeez. So I'm gonna clip that. It keeps happening this run. I keep being like, I hope this happens. Oh, it happened. Great. How many miracles before we scroll? We have 5 energy plus 4 is 9, plus another 4 is 13. Could do a 13 energy scroll. Seems like more than we need to do this turn. I think I'll do 3 miracles and then scroll, because then we get to hold 5 energy. That seems like plenty. Oops, I overdrew because that was the big Empty Mind. Trapped. Bite, bite, rag. Seems fine. Wait, is that fine? What are these cards? Yeah, that seems fine. I guess we could Empty Mind and hope to draw Eruption. It's 40%. We could also Cut Through Fate into Eruption. It's probably lethal this turn if I do that, right? This would do 14 times 6. 60 plus 24, 84. Plus 9, 93. Plus 14. Oh wait, plus 7 is exactly 100, so it would be 2 off. Alright, I'll just chill then. I want to hold the miracles anyway. Oh, I guess we actually would have killed him to bronze scales. That's kind of funny. Eruption draws cards because of Rushdown. And it looks like we can develop Foresight while he's asleep here. Probably. Unfortunate Talk to the Hand draw. Empty Mind for the next turn seems great. And we can meditate back. I wish I'd been able to scry away the talk to the hand, because then I could meditate it back. Probably meditating back just to cut through fate at this point. Okay. Empty Mind's aplenty. I'll take both. We've got 5 energy in hand. It's 11 energy total. Wow. A lot of damage here. 3, 6, 9 cards, so Eruption is safe. Let's start there. I don't really want Vigilance. We're trying to shuffle as quick as possible so we can get back to talk to the hand. Developing Sash Whip is pretty nice, though. Take a detour for that. Let's start empty mining. I don't know how much energy we're going to need. Okay, there's the talk to the hand. Great. So talk to the hand Ragnarok is good here. Oh no, we take 1 damage? Drat. He is hitting for 17. These seem fine. Bite to get back to full. Is there an exit here? Vigilance or Meditate, both work. We'll get to one. I believe. Yeah, immediately. I'll take another Just Lucky, sure. This is looking pretty lethal. Maybe not. Oh wow, we don't even need to exit. We can just kill. Double Miracle puts us up to 5 energy? No, 4 energy. And then Skrull would have 3 energy. It looks like we're probably not killing him with 3 energy. We would block out, though. Alright. Miracles are for using. Let's do it. Oh, right. Sundial. Not a very good Sundial setup for next fight. Maybe I should keep him alive? And try and get a better Sundial setup? We could, like, meditate here. It's gonna be tough to keep him alive. I'll try it, though. Ha, we could skip the void. Sure. Oh, we got the void anyway, darn. This doesn't kill. Those are good. This doesn't kill either. These are both really good for drawing through the deck next turn. So now we're blocked out. Can meditate back Just Lucky. Let's see, he's going to have 20 health next turn. I guess we take an Empty Mind that draws 3 cards. Yeah, I forgot about the Bronze Scales, good point. Empty Mind should do it, right? Cool. Man, I did not think we were going to get a sundial set up there. That was pretty neat. Okay, it is Time Lord. That's a challenge. Alright, we don't have any potions to use. We just need to cut through fate. Go get a Talk to the Hand. Give me a Talk to the Hand? It's like an opposite of the Talk to the Hand. Could vault. You want to use the vault to skip his turn. But I don't like taking 18. I guess we could rush down the Eruption, and then if it doesn't work, vault. It seems fine. Vigilance Defend should be enough, right? We'd end up blocking for 24. Yeah, that's exactly what oh wait, he's hitting for 27, because, Philo. But that's actually fine. Getting hit for 3 just procs the puzzle. Oh, he is hitting for 18. Oh, he's weak. So should we stay at 16 then? Proc the puzzle? Keep an extra time on the clock? Proccing the puzzle is not, like, obviously super good, because we have 2 miracles in hand, so if we draw 8, we might draw the other Des Ex and overdraw. But that's a pretty... I'm not, like, super concerned about that. So yeah, I think I'm going to take 2 intentionally. We've got bites, too, so I'd rather just bite later. I mean, we have to bite to kill him anyway, so this is just a waste of time. Damn it. Alright, well, at least we drew the Des Ex with the Centennial Puzzle, so we didn't get Miracles in the discard. Although Miracles in the discard is kind of okay in this fight, because I'd rather just scry past them than play them. We've got 7 cards to block for 24. Let's start with Talk to the Hand, Wheel Kick. Okay, we're going to save a Talk to the Hand for the second phase, like Awakened one. So we're not playing that one, unless we, like, really have to. But I don't think that's the situation we're in. What does Meditate get back? Like an empty hand here? No, I think we want to draw, like, Ragnarok. We want that super dense card stuff. There it is. Unfortunately, Miracle Ragnarok leaves us with 11 on the clock here. So I think we double Miracle Ragnarok and just waste one. Because everything else costs an energy, so we don't have anything flexible. If we'd upgraded a Scroll, we could have played it. But that seems like a bad use of Scroll. We could just play Foresight here. He's not attacking, so we're not under any pressure. We don't have to do a bunch of damage this turn. We have Empty Mind in hand, though, and we're in Calm, so we could probably play 12 cards this turn and get pretty good use out of them. Did Empty Mind create enough energy there to play Talk to the Hand and Ragnarok? Was there an Empty Mind in hand? Wait, we weren't in Calm, were we? Didn't we, like, meditate at the end of the turn? No, we were in Calm. Empty Mind. Well, we didn't want to play Talk to the Hand is the reason we didn't play it, but we could have played Empty Mind, Bite Ragnarok. Yeah, you're right, there was an Empty Mind in hand. It only generates 1 energy, though, so no. We only had 3 cards, so we couldn't, like, Empty Mind, Miracle, Bite, Reg. This hand coming up looks a little bit anemic, so maybe we Empty Mind just to, like, get around it. Oh, what if we Empty Mind into Collect? That'd be pretty sick. Yeah, let's give that a chance to happen. We're wasting so much energy if we don't get it, though. We have to either get Collect or a Cut Through Fate to get Collect. I think it's worth it. Scrawl also gets it. Okay, we just drew it. Do I want to collect for 7? I'm gonna get a lot of Miracle Pluses if I do that. Is that a good thing? It seems like it might not be. So we should play Foresight. And like Bite and Cut Through Fate before we collect. If we bite, Cut Through Fate, collect, we play 3 cards, we're 5 on the clock. That seems okay. We also heal for 2, so it's like, we do some work. I'll leave the Just Lucky, or I guess I'll play the Just Lucky. There's not really any point. I'd rather be in Wrath mode, play bigger attacks. I'll leave 7 on the clock. We're getting a bunch of energy next turn. Sundial is proccing, Collect is going. Just Lucky's pretty effective block, and he's hitting us for 52, so I think we need it. Alright, let's draw. Really need that Ragnarok. That's not it. That could get it. Eight on the clock. 9. Okay, we're gonna vault him instead. So we like bite vault. It's kind of a close one. Sorry about that. That was a... For some reason I just made a Blizzard friend? I don't know. The only people on my Blizzard friends list are Hearthstone players. So I must have tried to friend someone after their game, and they just accepted now. We don't want to talk to the hand. He is still attacking, so we'll keep these 2. Okay, Ragnarok is coming. Let's go get it. There it is. So, like, Ragnarok, Miracle Plus, Vigilance. Just Lucky. Let's see how much block we get after those. It's not random, but I just don't want to count it because I'm pretty sure those are happening. Thanks for the raid, Wrist13. I don't think I've seen you before. How's your stream today? Hope that went well. Welcome to all Wrist Raiders. Let's get some Veggie love in the chat. Welcome our new stream people. Mostly lurk. That's cool, that's cool. Everyone is welcome to enjoy the content as they choose. What were you streaming today, Wrist? Doing some Slay the Spire. Got a silent Ascension 20 heart kill today. Nice, very nice. We're trying to do I'm trying to improve my win rates. So I'm going to play Watcher until I get a win streak of 3 in a row. Currently we are 1 out of 3, so if we win today and tomorrow, then we're done. Definitely don't want to draw Slime. Meditate seems potentially useful. If we Miracle out a Bite, we block for 3, use 2 on the clock. That doesn't seem like a very efficient use of the clock. I'd rather use the Bite for healing. Because if we Bite for healing, it's net 6 health, right? 3 from the block return, 3 from the health. Whereas right now it's only 3. And we'd have to Miracle to play it, so it's even less efficient. So I will take 13. Also, if we bite, we still don't split him, right? He takes 10, or 9 from the bite plus bronze scales. He doesn't split until 239. Just to introduce myself to the Wrist viewers, I'm a game developer who plays a bunch of Slay the Spire. I'm also developing a game called Rogue Executive, where it's like a traditional roguelike where you play a business owner. You're fighting other businesses to like take their money so you can set up your business. And it should be fun. If you want to hang out and participate in the development process, there's a playtest reward for 10,000 bread bucks. Took you a while to build up to, but it's worth it, I promise. And you can play the game. Or you can just hang out here and chat. That is also participating in the process. I think I might want to play 6 cards this turn. Oh, hey, let me shout out Wrist. Sorry, I forgot. There you go. You should all follow Wrist. I haven't seen Wrist's stream, so I can't personally vouch for it. But if he lurks here and streams Slay the Spire, must be fun to watch. Ooh, I love Hades. I love me some Hades. You're a Hades speedrunner. How does the speedrunning community deal with Hades? Do you speedrun a new save and speedrun through the story, or are you trying to like speedrun on high heat, or like what are like the main categories? Yes, and yes. That makes sense. That sounds like the speedrunning community. Are there like glitches? Do people like, I don't know, can you like glitch through floors or something? There's no glitches. Wow. Solid. Okay, so there's kind of 2 lines here. Either we play 6 cards to get ourselves a fresh clock cycle for next turn. We don't get much out of playing 6 cards, right? We just get like a little bit of bite damage. So I think we're gonna steer clear of that. It's gonna be weird next turn to have 6 starting energy, 2 miracles, 3 miracle pluses, so that's like 14 total energy, and only 6 time on the clock, so... Yeah, I've never really understood the culture behind like speedruns with glitches. It's like kind of amazing when people are like, I can beat Super Mario Brothers in 13 seconds, or whatever, you know, like... But, it's not really very fun to watch, and it doesn't look very fun to do. So, I'm not really sure what the glue holding that together is. I think we'll just pass. He's hitting again, so we need to block. All these cards block, and are actually pretty efficient at it. Eruption draws cards and blocks with the block return. Cut Through Fate helps us draw Ragnarok, which is our big block card. We don't get any benefit out of changing stances, but I think we still keep all those. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I get it, right? Like the like competition within the community is to try and win the game faster, right? Like that's the whole point of speedrunning, right? Sorry, people don't need me to summarize the point of speedrunning, but I did it anyway. So like people want to go faster and faster, and the ultimate in fast is like a glitch, right? You're like, well, we can just, instead of walking through this door, we can glide through the wall that's next to the door. That saves us a millisecond, right? And so like, it makes sense that the gradient descent of the speedrunning community would be glitching, but it seems like you lose something really important. I think it makes more sense in games where it's like not entirely clear what is a glitch and what isn't. Like RPGs that have like physics where people like in Red Dead, there's like some weird thing where if you fall over onto a bridge and the bridge is like shaking, it'll just like catapult you across the world. So it's like, is that a glitch, or like, if you try and play the game glitchless, does that mean you, like, can't step on bridges? Like, yeah, it's not entirely clear what glitchless even looks like. But for a lot of games, it's, like, pretty clear what the glitches are. I think we're going to Vigilance Empty Mind. It's a decently efficient way to block. 2 cards for 9 block. I don't know, not amazing. I guess I'll Cut Through Fate first, because I want to Ragnarok in Wrath if I can. Do I keep a Cut Through Fate? If it's cut, Vigilance Empty Mind, then he goes up to, let's see, he's at 7 on the clock now, or is he at 8 after this card? I think this is the first card of this turn, so I think he's already gone up. So he's at 7 after this card. Cut Through Fate would be 8, 9, 10 for Scrawl. Yeah, I think I'll take a cut if it's the 8th card. Oh, it's not. It's the 9th card. Damn it. Okay, so this would be 9, 10, 11, so we'd have to find Rag immediately. I think I'll still try it, though. Wheel Kick? Well, we do have to exit Wrath or else we die, right? So, I guess Wheel Kick splits him, which is nice. Alright, I think it's Vigilant Slime. Or maybe Miracle Minus? I think Miracles might be worse than Slimes, actually. Because we've still got Collect ticking, is that true? It's actually not true, so we're not generating any more Miracles. Yeah, it's true, the Miracles are getting in the way here. Yeah, maybe reclaiming a hand size is the right thing to do. Yeah, there's no way I need this much energy, right? I'd rather reclaim a hand size than reclaim a deck slot. Alright, we're alive. That's something. I'm actually going to keep this whole hand. Reason being, I want to talk to the hand next turn, so I want to minimize my chance of drawing talk to the hand right now. Okay, we successfully did not draw talk to the hand. Let's see if we're getting it. Let's make sure we're getting it next turn. Should find it next turn with like a Cut Through Fate or an Empty Mind. And then I'll save the rest of the clock cycles. There was a Cultist pot that dropped a couple of floors ago. It kind of made me wish I hadn't picked Sozu. Alright, there's talk to the hand. We don't need Tranquility. He's hitting for 15 times 3, that's 45. If we talk to the hand and Ragnarok, that blocks for 18. It's not really enough, so I think we'll need the defend as well. Looks like we're getting our fairy taken at least. We block for 41, yeah. Okay, that'll have to be good enough. He is not attacking this turn, so it's our chance to bite back to full. We do need to get some damage in here. We've got a Tranquility in hand, too. 3, 6, 9 cards, so Eruption is not overdrawing. And I'm gonna get rid of the Scrawl. Hopefully drawing some bites. Nope. Two cards left. I guess that's Just Lucky and Slime. Just Lucky helps set up for next turn. Does some damage. Wheel Kick Cut Through Fate is insane. Maybe Tranquility sets up better for next turn. No, that's surely not, right? Yeah, we want to be in Wrath mode for Wheel Kick. So maybe Miracle instead of Slime. Because if we're going to start next turn with Wheel Kick, we need to have hand room. We're currently retaining 5. This is our second boss. You can tell by looking at the floor we're on. We're on floor 51, so this is after the last floor. $51 times 3, that seems like a lot. We don't need a Wrath exit. We've got one in hand. We just need damage. And like another Ragnarok. Alright, we'll start with Wheel Kick. Sash Whip is super useful. Bite seems good too. I've got plenty of time left. Let's keep drawing. Let's see. So it's 38 times 3. Let's assume that means 19 times 3. 19 times 3 is what? Oh gosh, 57. So we're not currently surviving that because we're at 50. So we have to play Vigilance. So at the very least, it is 19 times 3. So currently we're surviving at 2. We could Miracle Double Defend to gain 9 health and survive at 11, but that would put us at 11 on the clock as well, which seems inadvisable. So I will not do it. And we'll survive at 2. 19 times 3 is 57, because it's 3 less than 60. Yeah, we're surviving. Wait. No, we're not. We are at 59 right now. So that would be death. Death seems bad. Right? Yeah, we're at 59. So we're doing at least this. If we play the last defend, we still get to play Ragnarok next turn. There's no way Ragnarok is enough to block, right? We have to depend on him not attacking next turn, no matter what. So I'd rather have the card be more damage. So hopefully it's like Ragnarok Bite next turn. And he's not attacking, and then we kill him the following turn. Hopefully. There's a what? What is that? Oh, the Gira. Yes, there is a Gira. So this is where we're pressing end turn. He is attacking, so we need to somehow kill him or survive. And neither of those are possible. Let's see. If we get rid of both the defend and the bite, we get to draw a card from the top of the deck. If that card is Eruption, do we get lethal? Eruption Ragnarok? Be 14 times 6 damage. Yes, that would be lethal. Okay, I think that's the out. So we go for it, right? Because we never block 36 damage. And it's actually more than 36, right? Because he's going to gain strength if we proc the clock. And Ragnarok is not enough damage by itself. 7 times 6 is 42. So we're off by 35. There's no 35 damage card in the deck. It has to be specifically Eruption. We used Vault already, right? Shoot, what's the stupid keyboard shortcut for looking at the discard pile? S. Shit. Okay. Well, that was probably what I wanted to do anyway. Yeah, the vault is used. Alright, looks like we did not get there. Right, so there's no way out here. There's nothing that gets randomly generated. He's already weak, so that doesn't help. We can't, like, bite ourselves back to surviving. Could this have been a kill if you clocked last turn? I'm not sure. We couldn't have clocked last turn, right? We could have left ourselves on 11, but there was no way we could have clocked. I guess we should have played one additional card, right? There was a time when we could have, like, played a slime and chose not to save time. And if we'd done that, then we would have been able to clock him on the 11 turn. And then this turn we'd have full time. And if we had full time, we'd be fine, right? Because we could generate block or, like, kill him. So this time we didn't kill Slime Boss because we didn't play enough cards. Could have played an extra card. That's actually true. We could have played the Miracle Plus. Good point. Yep, we should have done that. Yeah, that's a pretty clear misplay. I'm just thinking about whether or not I want to go back in time and do that, because it seems so obvious if I'd consider it. If I'd considered it, I definitely would have clocked him, right? I just didn't think about it. This is such a long fight, though, it's impossible to rewind. Yeah, I think we just have to accept our fate here. Okay. Yeah, let's cut and see if we can find Eruption. Yeah, it's right there. Shoot. One card off. Man. That's too bad. Yeah, it was a good run. Always we're going to have trouble against Time Lord with, like, a super high energy, super high card draw deck. I definitely thought we had it. Had the vault. We were offered a second vault, or actually we were offered an earlier vault that we skipped for a scrawl. Perhaps if we'd been thinking about Time Lord back then, we would have taken a second vault. Vault is pretty godly against Time Lord. But I think at that point we were still trying to get on our feet a little bit. And Scrawl definitely helped us out a lot in Act 2. We, like, basically perfected Act 2. Yeah, not too much to say about this. Would have been an Ascension 19 win, right? Made it to floor 51. Early Talk to the Hand, super useful. We never found the Weave. Weave would have been good, although it wouldn't have been very helpful in the Time Lord fight. Ragnarok obviously was super good. 2 Deus Ex Machinas was probably too much against Time Lord, but it was really good against everybody else, so hard to criticize that too much. Bites were great. Oh, we should have picked... we had a moment when we picked our second boss relic, It was Sozu versus... Oh, no, sorry. When we picked our first boss relic, it was Philostone versus Coffee Dripper. It turns out we should have picked Coffee Dripper. At the time, we didn't have any healing relics. And we picked Philostone as the like low variance approach. But if we picked... if we just trusted that we would have found some healing and picked Coffee Dripper, we would have been in great shape. We never rested again, so it literally would have cost us nothing. And everybody would have had one fewer strength throughout the run. I'm pretty sure we would have survived if we had picked Coffee Dripper. I think that has to count as the biggest mistake of the run. We didn't know we were getting bites, but bites were already so good because of the molten egg. I should have thought about that. So we should have known that bites were a yes if we saw them and picked the Coffee Dripper because of the molten egg. The sundial ended up being huge. We were going for a bunch of card draw and like just luckies before we saw the sundial, and the sundial just like really notched that up. So we ended up like scrying away almost like 100% of the cards we saw just to shuffle fast. A couple of neat fights in there where we like had sundial on 0 and like an enemy on like 50 health, like Ma was on like 50 health, but we managed to like shuffle twice before we ended the fight anyway. That's pretty neat, getting sundial set up. Probably the 4th just lucky is a mistake, since the biggest challenge in the run was Time Lord. I think at the time I was thinking about Donu Deka, because just lucky is super good in that fight if we can get the artifact charges off of one of them with Sash Whip. But with 3 Just Luckies, I think probably that was enough. I added a lot of cards to the deck after the 3 Just Luckies, though, so the density of Just Luckies had started to fall off a little bit. Adding a Just Lucky, I think, is pretty justifiable. But yeah, I think those are the main mistakes. Scrawl over Vault. Wasn't super wrong. If we hadn't ever been offered the second Scrawl, it wouldn't have felt wrong, because Scrawl was like an all-star in the deck. But with 2 Scrawls, we really only needed 1. The second Scrawl definitely was not a mistake, but the first Scrawl over a Vault, I think, was probably wrong. Vault is too good to skip, and we really could have used 2. 4th Just Lucky, I think, is a tiny mistake, but really it was the Coffee Dripper over Philostone, or Philostone over Coffee Dripper that I think doomed us eventually. Really close, though. Definitely could have been a win. A lot of different ways to skin this cat. The seed's a winner for sure. Even with the Ectoplasm boss swap, not a great start. You wouldn't expect Ectoplasm boss swaps to have a super high win rate, but we almost got one here.